Welcome everyone, it's time for some Rocket League. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth with the privilege, the honor, the ultimate luck to be able to see you as well as Cass alongside Bear Light. And of course, you guys are gonna get to see the fight tonight as we kick off week number 1 here at the NECC with some good old Rocket League. And again, Bear, it's a hype week. It's the beginning of the spring semester. So many other esports have been able to kick themselves off into the collegiate sphere. And NECC, hey, it's no different here.
That's right. Rocket League week 1's my favorite. You know why? Because we get to see all the teams come back with the clean slate. We missed out on one opportunity. One match could have sent us a little bit further. Doesn't matter. It's time to start fresh. Plus, we get to see all the freshmen coming up as well. Obviously working with Stay Plugged In and the things that they do for high schoolers to get them, these players to the next collegiate level. I get to see some friends, some old friends, familiar faces moving up to the freshman level. So I'm excited to see new teams, new faces, and it means everything's new and exciting here at Hail Monkey Man.
Hey, even this is pretty new, as NECC is continuously reaching out to try and develop and evolve and progress the entire esports sphere. And so, you guys should be excited, and you should too, about their newest partnership that's going to be sports. They have CEX. They're proud to announce this partnership and for their upcoming March 22nd, my birthday event in Boston. Boston was pretty cool, not just cold, but pretty awesome to go to. This is a joint initiative designed to help foster the growth and sustainability of the college esports ecosystem, and it's called Esports Innovation. Innovation is a program designed to address collegiate esports industry challenges related to the economic downturn, job market instability, and the need for more infrastructure. The innovation initiatives encompass programs related to experiential learning, workforce training, curriculum development, collegiate program support, esports startup incubation, and competitive innovation. Hey, you know what? It's a great partnership, and that means that NECC is taking every step forward in the right direction. And of course, they're challenging me to read all those awesome and elongated words. So it's really cool, and I can't wait to be able to see this go even further. Hey, but for right now, what's even cooler in front of us, Bear, is that we get to see some week 1 action in the emergence division between these first two schools.
That's right. We're excited to bring you two familiar faces. Like we said, in teams, we see familiar faces from the past. Let's talk future, because we have a great matchup coming up here for the first one in the Emergence Division, by the way. As we've got Johnson and Wales University, a.k.a. JWoo, Yellow, represent in the chat. They're facing off with Bryant Bulldogs Gold. But first, of course, JWoo, made up of Speedy Gamer, Realm, and Ace to round that out. They're a relatively young team. We saw them kind of bond and get to know each other last year as sophomores coming in. They have a little bit of that experience coming together. We'll see if it can all come together here on the pitch in week 1.
You know, they did have kind of a rough go in that division at 1-7, but we're going to see on the other side as Bryant didn't play, but they're bringing in some heat. Bulldogs. It's accounting, and marketing with Zap Gaming, Reddish, and Yokels. Now, we were talking about this a little bit. This is the youth that is available to kind of go into each and every single new program, as well as a seniority, as Yokels is the lone senior on that team, and they're in the one in marketing. I think they're in the business, not just in their majors, but also maybe for some success. Hey, this is going to be a good first challenge here in week number 1 for both these squads in this Emergence New England division.
Yeah, I think for you definitely stole the notes right out of my notebook for Bryant Bulldogs, which is the fact that they have that senior, right? They can lead the way. And, when we talk about Rocket League, it's a relatively young game. So those that are freshmen within the scene, sometimes they have a little bit more talent to just... For some reason, that's when Rocket League players tend to shine. But that being said, they haven't experienced the college life quite yet, right? And they're about to get into that. It's a whole different ball game, trying to balance academics with your esports adventures as well. So to have that senior who's been through that process will definitely look to spark the rest of the team as far as really bringing them together full circle, give them the rundown as far as what the program feels like, how you can get acclimated to that part of the life, so you can, when it comes down to Rocket League, you can focus on just that and really bring your A game to the pitch.
I know it's really tough, especially because, when you're just a brand new student, you're going out, you're striking out on your own. Mom and dad, they get to stay home. I'm free, which means that you're free to make a lot of mistakes. So often there's a lot of that college freshman 15, as well as the, oh man, I have to keep my own schedule. And that gets a little bit weird, especially if you're not disciplined into it. Same thing goes for extracurriculars. You go into your esports programs, if you're doing traditional sports, if you're doing a lot of extra studies. I was in in an engineering program, Bear, and I swear we were in the lab, like combined everything together. It was 60-hour weeks. It was insane. So the fact that students are able to do something as big as this, still be able to maybe maintain like the semblance of a social life, and also still get their academics in order is nothing short of a miracle. But even more so, to be even better at the games that we get to see, and this semester is going to promote a lot of this as well. So, I mean, whenever I went through, I didn't do too well at it. I tried, I failed, it wasn't great. I restarted though, and that's something that everyone needs to also understand. It's not always about the first try. It's about how you just keep going with it, and that's what a lot of these guys do in competition and in the books.
I gotta start putting a copyright on my notes, man. That's exactly how I felt too. The first time around coming into college, I was like, hey, maybe, I don't have the flow down, but that's okay. Eventually I did. I went back to school myself, and, it's always about how you finish, right? So it's all about the process to get there as well. As long as you're fine-tuning your lifestyle within college, whether it be academics or in your Rocket League game too, you can continuously evolve. And I think that's very important for these students who are going through this to note. Plus, having a senior round is always good. That being said, I mean, we talked about the JWU roster too. You could say the same thing. These are 3 sophomores coming in. Although you do figure out a few things as freshmen, you're still kind of in the learning process there, as all 3 of the top dogs there in their sophomore year. But they also have a junior on that team, NECC, who actually was part of the Stay Plugged In program too. It's crazy to see them growing up, right, all the way to junior. This is not something that I'm used to, seeing a Stay Plugged In's been around for like 3 years, right? So, but altogether, they do have NECC there, who's been through it quite a few years and now has a chance to lead. Although he won't be on the pitch, he'll be on the sidelines, and he's back there helping out the coach, right, helping out the director, and making sure that everything's going smoothly there on the JWU side.
Hey, you know what? It takes a program and a village to be able to raise these kids and these students, but guess what? It also takes a great production to get us all ready to go. We have all our players. We're good and ready for a match in game number 1 of our first series of the day. This will be best of 5s, just like it was last semester. So I know you're prepped. This is going to be some proving ground to me. JWU, the likes of Johnson and Wales University, the Wildcats. You know what? You gotta erase everything. You gotta have short-term memory when it comes to just getting in your own head. Otherwise, it's about preparation, going from the previous semester to now. Like you said at the very beginning, it's, you know what? The woulda, coulda, shoulda, it's done. It's over. You got to be able to make a statement here and have all that development. Plus, there's a lot of video games that probably got to play between the winter break and now. So we go over to game number 1. Bright Gold, guess what? They're in yellow. JWU yellow, guess what? They're in blue. So that's not going to be confusing at all.
No, not a chance. I mean, we've got this figured out 100%. Yeah, we play on. We're going to do a great job keeping you up to date. Looks like NECC actually gets the call. So the junior on the pitch here for JWU. We'll see if that comes in handy. Now we have both leaders there. As he got the first touch to try to set up, Realm had a chance, but that shot goes just a little bit wide to kick things off here as the teams try to get into the groove of things, really.
Yeah, this one's just about a lot of early attacking, and my goodness, JWU, hey, double commits as long as you send them and you find the ball. That's what matters. Ace had the setup and then just got slammed on home. You said NECC came over from Stay Plugged In. We're just making sure Ace is plugged in to a lot of push on that first shot.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, it wasn't going to slip through the cracks as the first one did. As you see Brian trying to answer quickly, though. A good opportunity there as Yokels had an opportunity, but he'll be on the side wall trying to push it right back in. But the good positioning there of JWU will push out. And NECC with a shot, but a good shot from Fruki to be there positionally to knock that one away.
He has to get there again, as they were one of the sole defenders rotating from post to post. So far, this has just been a lot of pressure against the Bulldogs, as they've been stuck in the kennel. The first minute owned by the Wildcats, and they continue to rotate in front. But NECC, where they cannot collect, Ace is going to try and do a little bit better, and that's left up to Realm to defend the Realm of the back line. With a minute 15 now into game number 1, we're starting to see the Bulldogs chip away at that midfield line.
Yeah, finally starting to push forward and gain some progress. And it does take some time, but they do have to fall back here. And the demo not going to help either. A good pass. Oh, just off the mark. But the good passing there from JWU sticking in. This is not a team that looks like that 1-17 from last year. I talked about, cleansing the mindset from last year. And that's done. Over with. This team looks like they've come out with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, this is and that's fantastic. Maybe you didn't have that exact chemistry. That's why you get a couple semesters to be able to compete. But maybe you get some fresh faces. Maybe you're a sophomore now, but you weren't here during your freshman year. Got to get a lot of those repetitions up with your teammates because everything could always be new every single year. The next minute has gone by, and we still have all of that single crash of the gate that has rendered our single point. But there's been opportunities for a second one as another will be cut short, and that's going to be a great stomp as the Brian Gold defense is able to come up with goal.
Yeah, and continue to push through. The Realm going to break through for a 2-0 lead here for Jwoo. So, all that work put in from the Bryant side, and unfortunately will go by the wayside as Fruki couldn't quite get back down to it. There was a defender there to reach out, but he just didn't hit it. Unfortunately, just a little bit off the mark, and those are little fine-tuning things that you want to kind of find in your game as this match goes along. Obviously, it's a best of 5. Hopefully, you can get your tread under you, but it's pretty difficult when Jwoo keeps on scoring.
Look at this touch. King Nacho went right against him, and Ace was just called off. Realm got one extra and just quickly was able to make mincemeat out of the defense off a kickoff. So things go from kind of bad to worse to what? And then you're in a hole. So the midway mark, though, of this first game doesn't paint the entire picture, but it really does lay out the outline at least. And Brian hasn't been able to really get downfield. I don't think we've seen a solid shot as of yet. They're really kind of just moving into the midpoint, and that's going to be a fourth as, hey, Mr. Mac Games, be it ace, be it otherwise, they find another one for Jwoo.
Man, oh man, Nancy creating plays there as a junior and then allowing the new teammates to hop in, or the sophomores rather, to do their work. So it's been excellent to see them come together completely. And you know that the fans of Jwoo after last year were looking for something new and fresh and ready to go. And that's exactly what they've been bringing. The leadership of Nancy seems to be very clear as day right now.
Yeah, we just had a brief stay. You guys want to see our pretty faces, right? That's what we're here for. Not the kids, not the players, not the
yours, maybe not mine. No.
I mean, hey, look, together we make one functioning adult human being, okay? And one studly one at that, okay? But Brian Gold, they're trying to be able to find that first step towards functioning as their defense has been able to, well, kind of just sit on their heels. And King Nacho, extra touches, all looking for that bump. You've got the lineman play. They just got to put it on target. There just wasn't any boost in the tank. It was drawn up well, Bear, but that's one they're going to have to find maybe again in the last 100 seconds. Yeah,
the devil's in the details. And for the Yancey almost got that one. But it's just all about boost control as well. And, when you do have that control to you, hey, there's a goal from Brian Gold. Love to see that. I mean, they've been struggling to get that boost control, and it didn't pay off in the last play, but they stuck with their game plan. And so as long as they stick with it and continue to grind this out, I mean, they'll have a shot moving forward. Maybe a little bit too late here in this game. There was time, but we'll just have to play it out and see.
It's not quite over as long as there's time, and Fruki has been challenging quite well, but they've also been kind of stuck on their own back half and not able to actuate all those bits of challenges and more than just kind of the back third. So I am happy to see that turn not only into a single touch that they went against the defender, but into even more as they get it over to Yokels. Fruki left again on an island, and that's going to be King Nacho, as that is going to be so thankful that that wasn't cheese through Yokels in a 2-on-1, and they decide not to outlet it over to Fruki. That one nearly went barred down and in, and now it's quite awkward here on the back line again.
Yeah, they tried to challenge it. It went just high. It was almost floating in, which Jamie would have appreciated. Not so much for Bryant, who's been struggling to find goals. Wondering where their bounces have been, I guess, but Jamie back on it, though. Is now in the corner. That one was challenged, but Fruki was there. Better defensively, positionally. As Ace allowed the chance to step up there in the slaughter shot, but King Nacho gonna fight that one off. And these are just little tiny things that Brian's trying to adjust here defensively. They don't want to stay back there too long. Outlet passes are going to be ever so important moving on to games 2, games 3, and etc.
Yeah, you're hoping that they can find some of this better defense, at least some of this just one-on in-space pressure whenever they go into game number 2. Yokels was chasing down Ace to try and get a demo from all the way to the back, and that's why Ace was left with a free look, because he didn't get in the first place. Once a player basically figures out you're trying to demo them, they just don't want to have any piece of it. But we go over, through, and done. Game number 1, 4-1, as Jwoo and the Wildcats are getting things done very much in a hurry. This team doesn't look like one that was 1-7, but hey, you know what? They're 1-0 right now.
A chef's kiss to the college that obviously offers, culinary arts as part of it. The program, a large part of it too. So, I mean, they came together and they really impressed me. Look, man, I was really expecting, the new dogs, quite literally, of Bryant Bulldogs to step up and really give them a challenge. And, at first, in the first half of that game number 1, there was no challenge. It was all Johnson and Wales. But the second half was a bit of a different story, right? I think Bryant Bulldogs really pulled it together to some degree. I'd like to see a lot more teamwork getting it out of the zone. I feel like they got trapped defensively and they got hemmed in, and when that did happen, they kind of went into panic mode. I'd like to see a little bit more relaxing, right? Find a teammate on the way out and then try to start a counterattack. I saw bumps, I saw demos, and I'd really like to see a lot more because it did open up some space for them on the back end.
You could say that Jay started cooking early, and it was basically with the deep fryer, and that was quickly making things tasty for the Wildcats. But ultimately, they got the work done swiftly. Didn't make for a long-lasting meal, but it made for one that, you know what? It's the first snack. We go into best of 5, and that's the reason for it, because not ever, most of the time, is the first game depicted of the entire story but as we go into series play. Also, I mean, shout out to some of these guys too. You were talking about culinary arts. I think that one was for Speedy. You also got business admin as well. Hey, this is something that goes down my pipeline. You got cyber threat intelligence and defense. That's a wild one. So they're all they got a whole bunch of a spread basically of different ideas, as well as graphic design for your boy Ansi over there. So I know I started with engineering, didn't keep with it. It didn't keep, but these guys might jest.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a combination of right brain, left brain going on there, and that always makes for a good time, typically. So I'll look to continue that good tide here into game number 2, as Bryant will look to adjust accordingly and make it not as easy on Jwoo as it was. Because King Nacho will try to kick things off for Bryant. Ansi already back out, looking for that pass, but that one's going to be detected, and Faruqi playing big in the midfield. And now the challenge back the other way has an opportunity as they're bumped away. Yokel's able to get the first one, and on the board is Bryant, 1-0.
Hey, you know what? The follow-ups, they were able to get one over Ace, and Ace was caught in a very difficult rotation. They went for the bump onto Faruqi, but then that ends up just putting them at the near side post. The shot goes behind them. They do get it on their car, but ultimately that one ricochets through. So Bryant finds their first lead. It took just over half a minute to play. This one could waterfall down. Ansi, decided to give up on it, but Realm is just a little too close to the top of the key, and Bryant is making use of these moments when Jwoo's just giving up possession.
Yeah, it's good, opportunistic gameplay, and we see it with all the good teams in Collegiate Rocket League, so to see Bryant doing that is a step in the right direction and pretty refreshing. We'll see if they can keep the gas pedal down, as Faruqi now will carry, but a good read there from Realm to shield it and play it right back into the zone. This floater is going to be read by Yokuls, and he'll put it back in the zone here for Bryant. This one to the corner he goes, a touchdown, looking for Faruqi on that far side, but he was a little bit too far back to make anything happen, and look out, all defenders have committed. It's Ansi. Has Realm there, across they go, the shot defended, as Bryant with a diving save.
Oh my goodness, does that turn into more? Wow, they are going for haymakers early here, Bear. We saw one at the other end. I don't know how that squeezed by the defender after the entire commit from that defense. That's going to come off the side wall, and Faruqi makes sure to not run away with it, realizing that they're just the same. Faruqi side-to-side lateral transmission, or just transgressions, they're able to move between their touches quite well, and Yokels has looked for those setups. If they can get that timeliness, their attack is going to be tough to stop. That one over the top head, and Ansi again. No, it's going to be Realm that's shut down the defense for the Bryant Bulldogs. Hey, it's here.
And specifically, Faruqi has been great. Look at that double touch, too. His confidence is brewing now. Where was this in game number 1? He's feeling it. That's another good pass down, but well read by the junior, as Ansi will be able to clear the zone. If it wasn't for Ansi there, it would have been a couple opportunities the other way. Faruqi has been really good mechanically, and as far as his awareness goes defensively, he's been the one to watch here, and he's back at it as he'll do some more work here in the Jwoo zone.
Yokels is not going to be able to get a touch, but that's still the putback. King Nacho trying to be able to wear the crown proudly, maybe just get some extra cheese on that ball, and some of those touches are getting away from him, but consistently finding both at least Faruqi, and then often opposite end of them is going to be Yokels. But it's been the Faruqi show so far. To the corner, Faruqi's going to have first touch, allowing Yokels to get that big boost. Ansi is going to be caught up a little bit too far, and they're going to be slow, which means they're basically going to be a slow sled with no snow underneath them. momentum, no push, no forward fire. But there's 2 minutes here, Bear. And for all the defense of Bryant, they've been able to push it downfield. There's a big flick here, a setup. And again, it's the defense that does show up as we have only a 1-0 on the docket.
Oh, and Ace will have to learn from that mistake. Just a little bit too far forward there in the box and had a great opportunity as things freed up.
Oh.
But Realm's still going to find its way through. And he'll tie it at 1 here for Jwoo as Realm, the man, Johnny on the spot, if you will, to put that one in.
Fruki was caught in this corner, Yokels committed, and you had a far side corner rotation. That basically just made a giant uprights. If we see anything better or easier to get, it's going to be at the Super Bowl this Sunday because maybe some of those kicks will actually go through. Who knows? But regardless, Brian's going to start feeling all right. You got to set this defense up into offense. Cannot allow Jwoo to get any kind of handles here. Yokels with the shot, puts it away, and they're going to be able to get this lead right back.
Nice job to work it in. Fruki, again, being involved in every single play. And although he didn't make contact there, it did serve as a fake where Ansi thought he was going to hit it. Either way, they'll definitely take it as the lead goes back to Bryant. And man, is this the emergence division? There must be so much more skill coming through the NECC because this has been a game of just talents and high speed stakes as well. Love to see the talent coming through as Ace will try to tie it. Did get the sidestep as one, but couldn't quite finish the job.
And some of these challenges are even better. You see them developing over and over again, and even higher ranges of play. You get champ, you get grand champ, and then you get that supersonic legend. And really, these guys are showcasing that they've been able to kind of up tempo. So much of the attack was just a little bit awkward and weird. You do have some dribbling, but that's also been against the Jwoo. They've been kind of stuck on their own back half, and where they were finding each other with wide open space, this one has been kind of notched up and tough to escape. Sub 1 minute to go here, Bear, and the Bulldogs, they have them pinned in.
Yeah, continuously just trying to cause them issues as they try to escape the zone, which is something that we saw against Bryant last game. So to see them return the favor is definitely good for them, but still 34 seconds on the clock. We've seen Jwoo answer once before, but with Fruki at the Realm. Oh, he gave it away, though. Now it's Ace. He's got the corner, does get the touch. That'll force them up, and see the shot! Far down and in! What a shot to tie it at 2 with 21 seconds left!
He had to get to the top of the ladder, go up right on top of that ball, and is able to bend it around the post. My goodness, you have to get that forward roll just enough. It goes on the underside, and that is the slightest angle I have seen on a dunk in the longest time. Just able to squeak it through. 15 seconds to go here, Bear, tied at 2. These teams aren't leaving each other alone. Brian has been able to really come into their own, but Jwoo was able to strike back.
Yeah, and now they'll have the opportunity here as they were pushed forward, though, and Bryant tried to take advantage of it. Luckily, they had Realm back just in case. Down to 0 seconds left. Do they want to challenge it, or do both teams want to go to overtime? Looks like they will take that instead. And in game number 2, here we're even. And the kickoff will decide who gets first possession. And in this case, it will be Jwoo. But they'll give it right away off the bat. Now Yokels up for this one. The challenge is there. But now Fruki with the follow-up chance. Great job to step up in rotation. But he'll be answered by Ansi on the other side. And he's got a chance to push back down, met at the midfield.
Saw all 3 of the Bulldogs running back to that same corner on the same wall, so everything was very wide open for Jwoo to press their attack. This has developed then from kind of a lateral bit of play. Now that's where the defense has really done well, and Fruki again can make those better reads. Yokels will pull back, making sure not to give up the easy shot, but they're going to be chased down by Realm. That big demo is able to open it up just fine. Ansi is going to roll away, and now that turns into a counterplay to the ceiling and down. They make a connection. That's going to go out into stripes. Will Realm be there? No. They don't have the outlet or the option player coming up for it, and this actually turns into kind of an awkward play right over the box.
Yeah, now it'll be played out by Jwoo as Ansi tried to step to it, but Fruki able to do enough to keep it away. Ansi stays on the play. Boost or not, he's still going to try to make a difference here offensively. You see so many players, get a little bit boost focus. When that happens, you kind of throw off. That shot will sneak through. Bryant out of basically nowhere. When it should have been defensively handled, and a bit of a mishap on the defensive side will favor the Bryant Bulldogs, and they will push to another game.
when you're looking up at King Nacho and you're like, that's gonna be the one to hit it, and then Yokels is like, nah. Let me show you how it's gonna be, son, and then booms it to the opposite side corner. You have Realm left, just kind of zigzagging. That's exactly me. Just hey, he's me for real, as the kids say. So we go into that one. I believe it was 9 shots to 11, a much better differential into pressure, because I think it was 14 shots by Jwoo to 4, something like that, maybe 13. But either way, math is hard, counting is too. But hey, we're at 1 apiece, Bear, and so we're down to a best of 3.
Yeah, we are, essentially, as we were moving on. That could have been Jwoo stepping up and becoming, match point. And for them, I thought they had opportunities to do so. Yeah, like you mentioned, the shot count was very evident in that case. But Brian Bulldogs held in and frustrated that team to some degree. And I think Fruki was a big part of that. We'll see if he continues here to lead his team as we head into game number 3, dead even. And right off the get-go, threatening yet again is Jwoo, looking to put off that high shot count again, as Ace will take the first one off the mark, but a good job from King Nacho to keep it away from Realm.
That quick succession is definitely what was missing in at least the early game by Jwoo, for them to be able to kind of rock forward and put pressure onto Bulldogs and trap them. And this is going to be another great challenge. Oh, but the miss by Realm. It's going to have a follow by Ansi, but it's very well read. King Nacho is able to get in the way. Kind of just lacking a little bit in speed comparatively between Fruki and Yokels, but it's been more about presence of mind and getting to those better rotations so that they feel comfortable to go forward on those attacks. Yokels, that actually may be a setup. Got to watch out for those, but they're trying to set it up over to King Nacho, and there's just a lot of loose ball play. That's a defensive effort that may be too late. Fruki from downtown, they're able to grab first blood.
No, Ace hit all the check marks off of his rotation, except for he hit boost a little bit too soon, as Fruki recognized that if he had it with enough velocity, he could make it and sneak it through. And he did. And so perfect recognition, knowing that your opponent's going to go for boost is going to have that tendency, and being able to expose it on the other ends. And now Brian Bulldogs can play from ahead, which happened in game number 2. And that was one of the big reasons why they were able to pull out the win to even the series. As Fruki going to be challenged by Realm, though. Ace is going to try to tap it right back down, right to the slot to Ansi. The 1-2-3, tic-tac-toe, and we're even at 1.
That was beautiful. That was clinical. That was everything that you ever want to see out of your squad. That's something that is tough to practice, but amazing when you see it in game. 1, 2, 3, and done. That shot was fire, fast, and impossible to stop, especially because it goes beyond the backside of the defender. So Jwoo, even though they have been getting behind, they find very impactful and statement-making ways to be able to put the Bulldogs on notice that they're not going away anytime soon.
In fact, they're going to kill it on the back wall, too, and Ace will step up for another one. So they continue that trend, Tail Monkey Man. They're up 2-1 here. Well set up again by Ansi, and although they double commit, it wasn't as clean as the last one, let's be frank. But they still get the job done here to force it to a 2-1, take the lead.
You know what? Sometimes getting the job done is all that matters. The previous one is a clip. The next one is, all right, cool, that's our second point. That's the one that we get to add to our point total, and the coach may yell at us a little bit later. But again, if you double commit, you better hit that ball. That's pretty much what the coach is going to say out of that in its entirety. But the Bulldogs do fall behind, whereas they were able to maintain either ahead or tied throughout the entirety of game number 2. Jwoo looks like they've been able to kind of get out of their own heads and be able to get out definitely of their own territory.
Yeah, certainly have. And for Bryant, they kind of had to take a step back and a breather. But I'm not very nervous, when it comes to Bryant. I think they've been collecting themselves for a couple of chances, especially when Ace is going to hit it backwards there. But no harm done, as Realm was allowed the chance to jump on it. Fruki now just trying to keep it away, but Ansi read that one. It's a touch that Ansi shouldn't be able to you, but nonetheless, who pushes forward, try to get an extra touch. It won't matter because Realm's there. And the challenge, finally, they'll clear the zone as King Nacho will be allowed the chance to get it twice and push in, but Realm is already ready for it to push it right back in the zone for Jwoo.
You kind of see that placement. You have Ace tracking right behind their teammate, and so that is creating that very close proximity 1-2 punch if you can get it. Ansi's going to turn around. Oh, no, that was free. Fruki had actually messed up. Oh, it's still there. Yeah, what? Ansi comes from the opposite side of the box, is able to make the attack not once but twice on his recovery rotation after Realm just gives him the feed.
Wow, I mean, that's the way he's been playing. That's his identity. I love that. In Collegiate Rocket League, if you can make your name for yourself like that, you deserve that spot on the starting roster. No shocker here that Ansi's taken that spot because he's been just incredible, staying in place. Do I have boost? I don't care. If I'm here, I'm positionally sound where I can make that last touch and make it happen. And Ace is basically showing that he's leading by example, taking that exact same thing, sticking in this play again, and making it 4-1 JWU.
That was a rope-a-dope. That was a great takeaway. They were tracking Jess at the top of the stripes and took it away from what would have been possession by the Bryant Gold defense, turn it right around, and immediately take a backside angle shot. So JWU in the driver's seat. Of course, they're in cars. That's how it works. Come on, guys. But also in control as the Wildcats are going wild. This is kind of deja vu. A little bit more just as a scoreboard because it did start with Bryant in the lead, but it's gone pretty silent on their half of the pitch.
Yeah, it sure has. They've looked a little bit more nervous, and rightfully so. When you've felt out the speed of JWU, and it was completely different in prior games. They have to make the adjustment to make sure that they can cut off that quick turn in offensive establishing pressure that JWU has been able to do, right? You have to kind of bump them off, put them in the corner, and grab your boost. Make sure those boost pads are taken, but also make sure that you're positionally sound. Because they were out there, and JWU's made it 5-1, as Nancy just pressed the zone. Look, as they're all falling back, they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and because of that defensive positioning, they're scrambling to get back.
I feel bad for King Nacho. I think they were called off by Fruki for, I don't know if they were called off, but they're at least making a long corner rotation there. Fruki went to big boost, and then King Nacho rotated in, but they got caught backwards. I think the post was able to just kind of upend them. I feel that in my bones and in my controller because I've done that a lot. So caught awkward, and this one, if it stands as thus, we'll give the Bulldogs, only one more chance to be able to force it over into the distance of Game 5, whereas the Wildcats are looking to be in pretty great form. This one picked up. Ace has really come alive as well. Both these teams finding those moments to just really no longer in that winter hibernation. They're able to show up.
For sure. And I think, as a 1-7 team, coming in to this semester, they really wanted to change things. And, they looked really strong in game number 1, and they unfortunately gave away game number 2. And so for teams that, kind of struggle with the mentality, it's very easy to slide into a 1-2 deficit in the series. But for JWU, they really took it by the horns, like you said, in the driver's seat. And they came out strong here to continue their run as, they continue to really try and force Bryant out of their mentality as well. But at least they'll get one back as Faruqi challenged by Ace there, but it pushed it right to the box for Yokels.
I want to see in later games and in series, I want to see even more from Fruki. I really am impressed with what Fruki's been able to kind of do from the Bulldog half of this game as well as this series, and I just want to see how they kind of operate around him. That's going to be a shot on target, and again, guess who Fruki is able to find? It goes to the backboard, that's a putback, and that's going to be a 7th. So Ace, obviously, this team opposite of them over in JWU has really been able to kind of showcase their strengths. You have downhill striking, you have the great follow-ups, and their reads are mostly on point, and the creativity is there. You have that in key specialists a couple different times from Bryant, but it kind of faded away in this game. And these games can happen within a series because it's basically adaptation over a game style over the course of an entire best of 5.
Yes, certainly. I mean, for Bryant, one of the struggles that you have to kind of go through at this point in the time in this game is, obviously you want to shake this one off, and that goes without saying, right, and move on to the next one. But for me as well, don't you want to kind of step up, get this last goal, right, at least get the 3rd goal here in this instance, and feel good about, moving in with a little bit of momentum into the next game. And so you struggle with that kind of mentality of where do I go, especially when JWU was able to control the pace of play like they did with Ace stepping up with his 4-goal performance. Ansi got in with a hat trick as well there, and the shots continue to just favor JWU in every single game, in every single instance. And for Bryant, they need to find a way to create more chances, otherwise this one will certainly get out of hand.
Hey, 13-5 again. That's pretty much the same first game, but even better. Also, I'm super jealous of Fruki's gold tournament winner. I wish I had that one. Look, I wish I had any tournament winner titles. But hey,
we could only get the silver.
Look, I barely got out of bronze, okay? Look, something's struggling out here. But we will be not struggling to go to game number 4. Both these teams have been able to at least push us there. But this is kind of the comeback kid. This is the bounce back. We've not seen one be too easy. Yeah, the last one was a wake-up call, and the Wildcats just started getting downhill running. And if they establish the early game, if they keep Fruki completely just frozen, maybe that'll be the same outcome as the Bulldogs do have to fight back to force a game 5 in the first week of the spring semester.
Yeah, they need to dig deep here for sure. But backs against the wall, there is no other games that you can kind of fall down to anymore. Obviously, it's week 1, so even with the series loss, you don't necessarily feel super bad. There's no red flags or anything in my eyes. But, I mean, to get off to a hot start is also very good at building confidence. I think that's maybe where Jiewoo's downfall was last semester. So now building on that, trying to get a win of their own. That's a good touch, though. But Yokels couldn't quite, or Yokels will eventually get to that one. As that one was set up by Ansi, just nobody to answer the call there for Jiewoo. But they do push back in, and that touch will at least get out to center field, but Ansi will still make the turn back for Jiewoo.
You gotta wonder how many times that they're gonna over-respect the defense existence by the side of like Jiewoo to Bryant, because you had Ansi with that kind of like pop setup, and they had Ace rotating at the top of that point, but then they backed off thinking, oh, hey, no, there's no way that challenge is gonna happen. But that's happened multiple times, so you think that may have some Pavlovian conditioning where eventually, you know what, I'm actually gonna go for it, and that could be a chance for them, Bryant, to make these breakaways. Speaking of, it does fall into the corner. Fruki will make a great challenge. It will not quite waterfall as it goes from end to end, but Fruki's trying to create some space. King Nacho will lose a 50, but Yokel's going to go to the sidewall. They just can't get to the back end of the ball. Now Fruki will have to take him on because King Nacho just got flicked on.
Pavlov's Bulldogs. I'm going to keep that in mind. It's now a rumble turn. Push the corner, but King Nacho going to give it away, but Ace and Ansi, again, they double commit here, and it's worked in the past. You'll see goals there, but, I mean, every time you do that, you give Brian a chance to transition back down. We'll see if they can make it happen here. But it will be the senior challenged off it by Realm, but then right back into the zone from King Nacho, as this one left and hanging there at the edge of the box. Luckily, it's going to be handled by the Jiewoo defense, and Fruki needs to get back. He can't in time. That's a couple of times that Ace and Jiewoo have discovered that nobody is back for Bryant and take advantage of it.
Pavlov's Bulldogs and Schrodinger's Wildcats, as they have some of the best and worst striking depending on when you find them on the day. That one, though, is opportunistic in its display as they see the defense really kind of pushed up and into that sidewall. So, hey, take a shot on target when they're falling asleep and falling into those zones. We're at the middle point. I'm surprised, honestly, the midpoint right now of game number 4. And that one, hey, guess what? A little bit of extra heat behind it. Ansi makes it 2.
Yeah, Fruki did a good job to play past Ace, but Ansi knew exactly where he wanted to go with this. It's just a predictability, unfortunately, for Bryant that's been hurting them, and now it's very frustrating being backs against the wall and down 2. Got to dig out from a tough spot, and it'll have to start now. I mean, sooner rather than later, of course, because then you got Realm still pushing, and when Jiewoo's going to continue the shots, again, Ansi able to just laser that one exactly where he wanted it to make it 3-0.
Forcing the defender to have to go to it, and it's the best defender that they've had back there, and Fruki just can't get to the ball until it's just too late. Becomes a backboard to it, and this is 3-0 swiftly. We were just discussing a moment ago that this one went quickly, and then it's been stoppage play because the last couple have just been the replays coming forward. So the last 15 seconds have been suffering for the Bulldogs as they may have to deal with even more. Ace can't find that angle, sends it a bit wide, but 3-0 on the clock. We have not been able to find the Bulldogs come back from a deficit this large as of yet. They had to keep it close in game number 2 just to be able to sneak that one through in OT. There's 2 minutes on the clock. They have time, but they have to make the best of it.
Yeah, at this point, you know, when goals are coming at premiums, you need one, but Realm is going to have a wide open cage. We talked about physicality, how Bryant needed to go back to that. Well, they've been actually the victims of it, and Ansi sets up another one. He has been basically in and involved in every single goal for this team. Shout out to Ansi for really leading this team for Jiewoo.
Yeah, Ansi, I don't know what the total participation is, but getting the shots, making the passes, and then if you can't do either of those, then just delete the defense. And right now that has been a kind of a smear on the pavement, and the Bulldogs are going to have to be able to come alive. 145. And this one, maybe another for Ansi. Fruki will get the takeaway, and Yokels tries to just develop anything. A little bit of slow play. That's a great pass. It goes over to King Nacho, but will be a bit high. Yokels with the put away. What? Ansi! Oh. What?
Again, man on the sun everywhere. You talk about demos, you talk about passing, you talk about goal scoring, and then able to dig that one out somehow. I mean, what else can Bryant do at this point? I mean, you got to call it at this point, just because, everything that Bryant's tossed at him, Jwoo has been able to answer, and it's largely in part of this man that you're seeing right in front of your screen. As the graphic designer, the graphic designing junior, has been drawing up some seriously awesome plays, and it's really been showing for Jwoo as they're off to a hot start. It looks like they might be able to pull this one off here with a minute left.
Yeah, with 4-0, you have Ansi that is just feeling the Rocket League gods, blessing them right now, but also just taking control of the scene and to their team. They've had some fantastic shooting from both Realm as well as Ace, but Ansi consistently, well, I say consistent, and then that was a little inconsistent, but it's all of a fake. They're burning time, they're making it fun, and with 35 seconds to go here, Bear, the Bulldogs, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. I want them to look at not just their successes, but also these last few games, just to see where it all could have gone a little bit better. Game 2 will have a lot of that bread and butter that they can maybe make use of. These passing plays, oh, they're just as smooth.
It's one of those things where, in any kind of esport, it's you have an identity. And for this team, it's quick passing, challenge the zone, and put as many on target as possible. And, at this level of play, they've really shown dominance in being able to do that, which is easier said than done, because to have the speed and capability and playmaker like Ansi, to have all of those factors happen in one place, it's very difficult and very rare. This team is definitely looking strong. And why not a roll one to close us out as well, in addition to this? Just a well-rounded match overall. And Bryant Bulldogs going down Jwoo with a strong start with a 1-0 record here to begin this season.
Hey, that's got to feel great. They get 10 shots to end it. I think they were surplus of 35 shots between these 4 separate games. So congrats to them. I think they're actually upwards of 40. They had a ton of pressure, were able to find a ton of offense, and they take down the Bulldogs, who will drop to 0-1. Someone has to be an 0-1 to start off the first matches of the season. It just happens to be Bryant this time around, and Jwoo finding their footing. So, hey, you know what? I can't ask for anything more. Actually, I can ask for some more Rocket League, Bear. I just want to be humble. I don't want to be greedy, but I do.
No, that's fair. Totally fair. For the Bryant Bulldogs, it's not a lot, Scott. I mean, they're not going to be winless for very long, especially when you have players like Fruki holding it down defensively, and we've seen him play pretty much coast to coast. So I like this team bouncing back here in the next couple of weeks. I don't think they stay very winless for very long.
Yeah, no, this is going to have a lot of development, a lot of progress, but you guys will be able to develop and progress into some later matches. I won't be here for Bear will, though, and I think you're going to have Squillis joining you in match number 2. So on the other side of a short break, it's going to be the Champions West Division for Illinois State as well as Columbia College. A big one. I hope you guys are ready for it. We'll be back right after this.
Hello and welcome, Rocket League fans. We are here, and we are live. The NECC Week 1 of the Spring 2023 split starts right now. I'm FBI Tugboat. That is Bull Skunk. I pointed the right way, Bull Skunk. You see that? I usually mess it up.
Well done.
I usually mess it up.
Oh, see, I looked the wrong way. You're over there. You're over there. All
There you
right.
go. Yes, yes, indeed. FBI Tugboat Bull Skunk here. We got two teams coming in at you. This is TMU Blue. That is the Toronto Metropolitan University, the Blue Squad here, taking on Ohio State Scarlet. This is the Champions East Division. Now, Bull Skunk, give me the long and storied history behind these two teams within the NECC, please, sir.
Oh, let me put on my history teacher's cap. Let's see. TMU Blue. They are from Toronto. No surprise. They are the Falcons. Their colors are blue and gold. That's about all I know about them. These are two brand new teams coming in here to NECC. Ohio State, they're a big school. They pretty much just dominate everything they do. It's an incredible program. Excited to see what they have for us here in NECC.
Yes, exactly. This is like a clean slate here, folks. How exciting, right? We have nothing to go off of NECC-wise, at least like in the past. You have nothing to draw from the past to predict the future here. That'll be a different story for our next matchup. That's NMSU and UAH White. We'll get there when we get there, though. Let's check out the pitch and who these players are and what we're going to see here tonight. TMU Blue up here first. That is going to be White Stripes, Willie Mandam, and Julian, not Julian, but Julian. Film Studies sophomore there for White Stripes. Finance junior is Willie Mandam, and Julian is a computer science junior.
Yeah, decent amount of experience on that squad. As we go over to be the only freshman on the pitch, having a look here at the Ohio State lineup. A couple of undeclared majors on this side. They just love playing Rocket League so much they haven't figured out what else they want to do. Hey, that's okay. You still got time to figure it out. In the meantime, come out on the pitch and score some goals and do that thing.
Exactly. Flying car soccer, folks. Just in case you've never seen the beautiful game of Rocket League before, it can be easily described in those 3 words: flying car soccer. 6 players. What, 6 players, 2 goals, 1 ball? It is just as simple as that. It's one simple goal here, folks.
It looks so simple. It sounds just
So simple.
very straightforward when you say it like that, but we all know Rocket League is anything but. We'll get a chance to figure out what these two teams have to offer, kind of get a feel for their styles, how fast they want to play, how aggressive they are. Are they more of a defensive team? We're going to learn here together right out of the gate. And it's going to be Ohio State who are putting on the aggression first, narrowly miss an early goal.
Yeah, narrowly missed, not for lack of trying, as they say. Dow back the other way. TMU Blue. White Stripes up first. Loses the 50, but takes the body right there. Temporary 2v3 is Julian now pushing off over to the right side. 65 booster, so is plenty of boost to get this one on over. Nice bouncing play, but there's nobody in the side of this Toronto Metropolitan University squad that is there to accept the pass.
Yeah, it looks like TMU were playing very conservative here right out of the gate, kind of getting an idea of what Ohio State's going to bring to the table. Good contact from Julian, but can't get back to the ball in time. Luker with a bombing clear is going to put it in the corner off the top. Opportunity. Oh, nearly misses the rebound shot, though. We'll glide over 2 for our opening goal.
Man, oh man. A little bit of bouncing play. Danwad right there does everything that they can. It ends up just being a pass on over to Desan. Strike first. First blood here for Ohio Scarlet.
Oh, blood on the pitch. This is a ruthless coliseum of gladiators we have here between our two squads. What's this international competition that we have?
Oh, yes. Yes, very, very worthwhile to say. Hey, that's esports for you, though, folks, right? Just so much easier to have individuals all over this beautiful green rock we all inhabit to come on in, take competition. And really, I mean, wait, Toronto's East Coast?
Yeah, I'd say Toronto's East Coast.
Yeah, Toronto's East Coast, Ohio.
It's not like
at least
super
big-
East Coast, but Ontario, you know, it's like above Michigan and stuff.
I realize now that I do not know my Canadian geography. I apologize, folks. Need to go back to college myself, apparently.
No American does. The only reason I know is I lived in
Yeah,
Canada
that's
for a
fair.
year.
That's fair.
Danwad protect the middle here. He's going to put it up in the air. Backboard opportunity, and Luker's going to take a shot in the corner, but just didn't have enough mustard on it. Gets easily turned away. But Team U Blue are struggling to get out of their own zone. Ohio are staying on it. Finally, it looks like Julian's got a little pay dirt. Collides with Willie, and then a demo comes through. This attack's going to fall apart just as it began.
Wow, so that's one down, but White Stripe still able to get a nice strike on in there. That's a decent angle. Willie Mandam trying to stretch space and time for that one. Gets nothing more than a front row seat to a second Ohio State goal.
And our second goal from Desant. Just a great read, a nice little finesse move to get it over the defense. Didn't want to overdo it. Nice touch, nice goal. Desant puts Ohio State up 2-0. Nice debut here in game one as well. That's the only times I can say the word nice in one nice sentence.
I like it. I like it. TMU Blue still looking for their first. It's just outside halftime. There's plenty of time left in this Rocket League game. Best of 5, of course. So even if TMU Blue not managed to get a goal here in the game for one, they will still have plenty of opportunity. Halftime now. Ohio State Scarlet on the backside, on the defensive side. Nice attempt there from White Stripes to take out the defender, but Luker just kind of gets away from them. It's a block on in.
That was definitely the best opportunity we've seen yet. The best setup from TMU. Look like they're going to go in for another one, but good read from Luker. Puts it back down. Doesn't clear the zone, though. It's over to Julian off the wall. Just going to go directly towards it. Almost gets that one in. Willie to put it up off the backboard. White Stripes goes for it. It's going to win the 50. It's going to drop down, but it bounces too high. Julian can't quite get to it. And Ohio State finds the clear. Now looking for something in transition. Luker's shot will find the mark. Ohio State up 3-0.
Yeah, so this is really just coming off the back of a TMU Blue kind of aversion to not cheating up, right? They always want to try and take that space, but 2 of these 3 goals so far have come off the back of more open net type situations just like that, where the defender just tries to get that little bit extra positioning and then actually bites the bullet for it.
I can't fault TMU too much. I like teams getting aggressive, but yeah, that is the risk in that play. Right in front of the net. White Stripe trying to boot it out. Didn't get it very far. Danwad's touch ends up going the wrong direction. No, scratch that. No, it went towards the blue half. The camera inverted on me. I got a little turned around. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Happens. Average of, 30 seconds per goal right now, and that's just for TMU Blue to tie it up. They've had plenty of solid opportunities. The shot differential probably going advantage Ohio State Scarlet, but TMU Blue not for lack of trying. Once again, though, that's Desant right here that is, just, again, doing their best brick wall impersonation. Nothing getting past. You shall not pass.
Williams hoping to change that. Able to sneak it underneath one. Gets over another. Danwad, the last line of defense, is able to turn it aside. Lands in Luker's lap, and we are under 1 minute. William with a good steal off the backboard. Willie with an opportunity, but it shot down. And Willie wasn't able to get to it. I don't think they were expecting it to pinch straight down like that. And unfortunately, that attack just kind of peters out on the back of an odd bounce.
The wrong way, but a solid hit. Willie Mandam has to try to get up to this, and the angle is just not true. Julian there. TMU does seem like they kind of learned their lesson when it comes to keeping that one man back. Just try and get these offensive shots going with just 2 players and one all the way back. Danwad, easy takeaway. That's a pretty good angle.
Oh. And you certainly can't fault the aggression when there's only 13 seconds left. There's nothing you can do but full send. Will eventually result in a 4th Ohio State goal. And feels like maybe the 2nd or 3rd nail in this coffin.
Danwad, Desant, and Luker take this first game right here. 4-0 series. It's not even technically possible to get 4 scores in 9 seconds. This will just be maybe a TMU kind of one for the road, hopefully. Hopefully keep this one. The rule 0, right? Keeping the ball alive long as they can. There's White Stripes paying attention to the base rule here. Desan off the side wall. Willie trying to get something going right there. Desan just kind of interrupting. Still a hit, though. Willie Mandam keeps this volleyball alive till that one comes out. 4-0 start here for Ohio State Scarlet.
What a debut. That's exactly the debut the Buckeyes wanted here in NECC. Dominant performance. Had a decent amount of shots on both sides. And even, we see 6 saves from Ohio State. So Team U shots were accurate. They were putting it on the goal and unfortunately just not able to break through that defense.
I believe that was Julian there with 5 defensive saves. Insane stuff. Boiling it down to shots attempted, right? This was still like a little bit Ohio State advantage until we kind of came into the last 45, 30 seconds or so. Which at that point, it's like, well, if you're TMU Blue, why not just take off the top, pour it all into offense, because lost by 3, lost by 1, lost by 10, it's all the same right here. And again, still a game 1 within a 5-game series. As it is, though, it's always like a little bit of the mental when you put up that goose egg across a 5-minute Rocket League game, Bull Skunk.
Oh, they had a couple of really good opportunities as well. And let's see if they can bounce back from that. I mean, I think in any competition, heart is the most important thing. It's not your reflexes, it's not your mechanics. It's the ability to just put that behind you and you just keep pressing forward. Perseverance and confidence in your team that you can get the job done. And Team U need to make sure they keep that in focus.
With the memory of a goldfish, right? You got to have the memory of a goldfish. Just push this game behind you. It's all good. Play another Rocket League game like this is a full reset series.
I wish that was the only qualification, because then I would be an outstanding Rocket League player. Danwan to Desan, early possession here from Ohio State. So we're looking for some short passes, but it gets away from him a little bit and kind of a scramble along the wall. Willie's touch, though, falls just right in front of Dan. This is going to be a shot for Desan. Williams able to get in front of it, force it into the corner. Luker robbed by White Stripes. They try to muscle through. And right out of the gate, it does look like the Toronto Metro are coming out strong. Like they've managed to adjust a little bit here in the early stages of game 2.
It's going to be 60 seconds into this one. Ohio State was able to score a little bit earlier than this last time, so it's a good job from TMU to not only not be in that position, not be down right now, but also they've gotten plenty of offensive opportunity. Luker with nothing right there as Julian tries to take this one away. White Stripes giving chase. That's going to be a 150 for William Andam to now center this one up. Danwad, was that an aborted Rule 1? We'll have to get a replay on that one.
Some good defense out of Ohio State's going to lead to this transition goal from Luker. And this is the second time we've seen these breakout goals. Ohio State are really good at recognizing this. Look at all of Ohio State just commit to that as soon as Luker gets that touch. Everybody screams down and realizes they got behind the defense.
Yeah. Once again, it's TMU trying to pour a little bit too much into that offense early and try and take positioning. It almost seems like they have gotten scored off on takeaways, on turnovers, right? Instead of Ohio State really formative passes into points. Thus far, they cleaned that one up. This will be a much more interesting series. But hey, not that it's a bad one by any means so far. Still plenty of time. 3 minutes. White Stripes, left side. Gets a pass one. Luker just goes screaming past this one. There's a nice little offensive setup until Danwad gets up and interrupts it.
Julian had such a great drive to try to create that opportunity, and they're just not able to finish. Toronto are gaining a little bit more space, but now they need to execute when it counts most, right in front of the goal. Oh, Luker! Just absolutely danced and dodged her on everyone. Tugboat, that was spectacular.
Yeah, we got a couple flats out here on aisle middle. I don't know. That was brutal. Some broken axles or something like that. A perfect dribble right across this Ohio State. We was talking about big breakaways. Nope, that was just a 1-1v1, 100%.
Really, a 1v2 even. If you count the one at midfield, the dodge at midfield. I've been really impressed with Ohio State's defense so far. They've done a really good job of protecting the ball out of the corner. Toronto keeps trying to work these corners and see if they can get it in this way, but just as we're seeing Danwad there. That shot combined with the demo will finally open things up. Toronto Metro get rid of the goose egg for the first time today.
There you go. It finally hits. I knew eventually this was going to happen once White Stripes William Mandam and Julian just continue on, like the easy pass from a corner, like you were saying, and then front player just goes forth, gets the demo. Doesn't even have to be a demo, right? Just a hard bump, something like that. Those will go in every single time. TMU now shaves this score difference down to 1. Anybody's game here in game number 2. You saw
And it goes
nicely
back to
done,
that
Willie.
middle.
Sorry.
No, my apology. I didn't mean to step on your toes, my friend. But I just wanted to hark back to what I was saying about that perseverance and having heart, and Toronto showing it right here. That was a great execution on that play to get around what I was bragging about to be a great corner defense from Ohio State. I do feel partially responsible, a little bit of a caster curse there. Oh, what a save! Holy cow! Julian barely kept that one out of the goal.
It's one of those times where I want to see the goal just so I can watch it again, because I'm not even sure how that one happened. 90 seconds left on this. It's Willie Mandam trying to rotate across the middle. White Stripe's just a little bit too high right there. Julian is there. Weird hit, and Willie Mandam can't quite get to it. Plenty of boost now. Go forth and scores. Now across the middle, Julian just trying to get back at a better angle as White Stripes comes up. That's a nice offensive attempt right there. Willie Mandam now waiting in the wings. Julian, left side, nice bump. Tries to get over Danwad, does, but it's way too high as this travels all the way over the other side. Julian taking ahead on the way in. 2v3 for a couple of seconds. That's such a nice spawn there for Deson.
And a great challenge from Luker to boot. Gonna put it all the way back into the blue half. Deson lays it up for Danwad off the backboard. Danwad just didn't quite have the angle, and it's going right back towards the orange side just as quickly. Demo on the back end is going to prevent too much of an attack here from that clear as TMU try to come back in for another attempt. Once again, working this corner, but White Stripes just got absolutely robbed. Willie had enough boost to be able to get in front of Desaad, though, and this one is looking to go back the other way. Yeah, Toronto not going to allow any opportunity based on that lost ball.
Lost possession, Danwad's still there. That was a low and slow bouncing ball that would have found something if Ohio State hasn't been playing in this. Oh no, the double commit right there. 2 whiffs. A couple fans over here. No need for AC on the Ohio State goal line side.
It's nice and breezy. But they Ohio State have held on, and ball's on the wrong side of the half if you're a Falcon fan.
That's good. Can't quite get it back on over right there. Market improvement, though. Market improvement for the TMU squad. Kind of shutting down Ohio State a lot more. Now, game number 1 could have very, very easily been like a 0-3. That last score just coming in the last few seconds. Taking a look at the numbers, Mason. 7 shots, Ohio State. Doubling up plus against TMU. And 4 saves. Julian, 5 saves last time. Willie Mandam with 2 right now.
And Team U got a lot more shots in game 1. They made what 3 shots they had count a little bit more, as they had their only goal of the series there in game 2. But just struggling to get out of the corner. They seem to have kind of a one-trick approach to this goal from so far. I'd like to see them kind of shake it up a little bit because Ohio State are doing a great job of containing them. Aside from the one time I cast their curse them, of course.
Oh yeah, right. Like a better the good caster's curse, right? The good caster's curse. Love to see Toronto Metropolitan go forth and take this game number 3 and at least push this to a little bit more of a series. I think getting there is literally just as simple as getting more physical, is going forth, bumps, demos, everything else like that. And instead of just trying to get everything done individually or just trying to put this one up and expect Ohio State defensively to miss, it's just not going to happen that often with these higher level Rocket League teams.
And that's when we saw Toronto find success. Toronto Metro, 1 goal came off the back of a great demo in the net. A couple of good attacks, a result of the demo we saw. And there it is, right out of the gate. They're delivering on your wishes. But unfortunately, they're not able to block the ball as Desaad finds an 8-second goal in game 3.
Nicely done. Yep, this is a takeaway right here. I think those defenders might actually... Yeah, the distance was literally just split between the 2 of them. It was like right slotted perfectly in between them. Ohio State takes a lead yet again.
Looker's going to grab the ball off kickoff. Julian out of the sky. Gets it over to Amwa, but it lands right in Desaad's lap. He's going to put a shot on. That one's turned away. All 3 players from the defense on the near post side. Julian just finding the clear. Has some paint dirt. Has a goal. Julian able to scream down and steal one away to tie up game 3.
Danwad tries to pass this across the middle. Luker just isn't quite in position, and that's a fantastic takeaway. No assist necessary on that one for Julian.
And this is the best start we've seen from Toronto so far. They felt like they've been on the back
yeah.
foot all day, and this is the first time we feel like it's kind of equal footing. Granted, very small sample size of Game 3, but here we go again with Toronto are pressing the issue. Trying to get on the corner, but Danwon's able to keep it out. Pass into the top, upper 90s, denied by Willie Mandam. Off the wall. Mandam still has possession. Trying to force it down. Corner side, pass to the middle to Julian, and that one finds pay dirt.
Talk about this offensive pressure. I'm feeling smaller just watching this. Good God. Desan tries everything that they can do. And then even Danwad right there is just left looking. That is the definition of passes into points. TMU taking the lead for the first time in the series. And the first time in the NECC, actually, right?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's valid. That's valid. Congratulations. Congratulations, Falcons. You have your first lead. Now can you hold it for 4 minutes? Or even build upon it as they're trying to do here. As Julian's going for the middle. I think it was chasing Luker to try to demo inside. Turns into a
Nice.
disadvantage the other way, but equalized. Pulling into their own corner. Ball spits out to White Stripes. Desan bounces it off the wall, taking their own pass. Intercepted by Julian, but it lands right in Danwad's hood. Able to drop that one out of the sky into the lower quarter.
Danwad will do it. Crazy stuff. This is such a perfect hit as well because Julian is just coming in from that left side. They even use that right side post right there on the inside wall. Bounce this one down. The highest scoring game we've had so far. We are looking at more scores right now, 1 minute and 20 into this game than we saw in Game 2, and the same amount that we saw in Game 1.
Difference being in Game 1, all 4 of those were for the Buckeyes. Danwan winning the 1v2 in the corner. Desan trying to get to that ball, but just hit a little too hard. White Stripes able to sneak around one,
Okay.
looking to get out of the zone. A little pirouette over the top of the ball. We'll get it through another. Everybody from TMU were working that wall. And they're able to keep it in the zone, but only temporarily as Danwan hits it all the way back down, clearing it. Little chip shot. Won't quite make it over Julian. And ends up pushed back out. But Luker with a nice touch. Almost created another one, if not for Willie Mandam to get in there. Pass intercepted from White Stripes. TMU back on the attack.
Julian is the fantastic positioning right there, but again, okay, so TMU, I understand not one. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so I think my point actually kind of stands right there. If this ball was played a little bit more offensively, Luker does not have possession right here. Desan, the last little hit, and the defensive player just can't quite get up to it. Ohio State University back in the lead yet again.
Yeah, but 2 unanswered from the Buckeyes. That momentary reprieve, that momentary celebration of victory, the lead that TMU once had has quickly dwindled. And the accuracy of Ohio State on display once again with a perfectly placed ball for that 3rd goal.
It's a decent little angle right here. Danwad reads it out and sends it bouncing back towards this middle. Willie Mandam left backboard. All 3 members of Ohio State over here. Bit of an easy takeaway, TMU. I mean, I guess it's just a positioning thing at this point. Julian, left side, bounce down. Julian gets the double tap right there. Danwad actually sends this screaming over here in White Stripes. A flip closer to that one would be a 3rd TMU goal.
Yeah, Desan's able to beat 2 players to deny that one, and then a good save from Luker denies yet another. TMU are not able to break through the bulwark right now, and Luker's going to send it back towards the blue half. A couple of whiffs. Still lands at TMU's possession. Little dribble off the hood. Desan trying to challenge, but White Stripes able to get a shot off. Dan Warren is there.
Ohio State really is just putting on a clinic of how to rotate players defensively. Julian almost gets the nice ankle-breaking dribble across the middle they enjoyed earlier, but not going to happen. 80 seconds left. TMU. Door on life is closing slowly.
Over the top, looking to get into the zone, but maybe hoping the demo will help. But you got to get possession of the ball right now. Luker and Desan, it's all it takes to put another shot on. Fortunately for TMU, defense is there. Willie with a flick up. Aerial 50 once again goes to Ohio State. White Stripes trying to do something with it, but just gets knocked right off the ball. Desan comes in, puts it out of the corner. Shot from Dan Juan, going to increase the lead to 2.
Yeah, I'm going to say that is a nail into the coffin here for TMU in this best of 5 series. Definitely possible, folks. I'm not a TMU denier by any means, but down by 2, series they've only scored thrice across 3 games so far. It's definitely going to be tough. A Herculean effort required here, Bull Skunk.
Thrice is such a good word. I love that word, by the way.
Right? Twice overused, thrice underused.
Oh. Willie, looking to see if they can close the gap. Challenging Luker here in the quarter. Luker's going to win that challenge. Nice 50 from Julian. Keeps TMU's hopes alive here in the final 30 seconds. The ball's just drifting closer and closer towards the blue half. Here's a breakaway. Willie Mandam's going to get one in. TMU fans have hope yet.
Yes, this is a little bit of light in the end of the clouds right here. 20 seconds, 1 score to go. What do you do? The only option is maybe not even to win initial kickoff, but just to get all 3 players up in that at least mid-pitch and offensive third. You got to, again, lose by 10, lose by 1, doesn't matter. White Stripes, a fantastic start. This is a 2v3 for right now, but this on now going a little bit of a...
Oh, no.
Brutal.
Desaad with the hat trick to close it out. TMU, they win the kickoff. They get the early demo. Everything's going their way. And Desaad just absolutely crushing their hopes here in Game 3.
Yeah, 14 seconds go. Physically possible. Would have to score basically right now and then get it going, win the volleyball type situation.
Willie?
That's not a bad start.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. A slightly better angle there for Willie. Would have gotten this one in, kept hopes and dreams alive. Not going to happen. 5-3 victory for Ohio State Scarlet in their NECC debut.
Yeah, nice 1-0, clean 3-0 sweep there for the Buckeyes. You see doubling the shots of TMU in that final game. Had more shots. OSU had more shots in this game than TMU did in games 2 and 3 combined. Just give you an idea of the amount of offense that Ohio State was bringing to the table.
Crazy stuff. And again, when it comes down to the shots attempted right here, we don't have an accurate time of possession counter, but pretty much extrapolate those attempted shots on in to which team is possessing that ball for how much time. That's going to be it for Ohio State Scarlet and TMU Blue as the champions East in a 3-0 it was, even if that game 2, it's only a score difference of 1, could have gone down either way. Game 1, a little bit more of a blowout, 0-4 right there. But game 3 right here, 5-3 after Ohio State scores yet again at 14 seconds or something like that, Bull Skunk.
I like what I saw from Ohio State. I think this is definitely, this new squad here is one we're going to be keeping a sharp eye on in the Champions East Division, winning a lot of good 50s, some solid pass plays, and some really, really accurate shooting.
Exactly. We're going to be looking at that New Mexico State University coming up against UAH Blue after a very short break. When we return, that fiery Champions League, I believe. No, that's Challengers Division. Challengers Division matchup coming at you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back. A short break it was indeed. We're back for a little NECC Rocket League FBI Tubbo with my man Bull Skunk. We just saw, what was that, Ohio State Scarlet put down TMU Blue 3-0 fashion, even if a couple of those games were decently close. We are now going to be looking at a Challenger Southwest Divisional matchup here. That is New Mexico State University and UAH White. That is University of Alabama at Huntsville.
Yeah, both these teams top 4 finishers in the respective divisions for fall. NMSU, that's New Mexico State University, finished 5-3. That got them into a top 4 finish. They went out in the semis. On the other side, the University of Alabama Huntsville were 6-2 during the fall season. They made it all the way to finals, so second place finish. These two teams were in separate divisions for that fall semester, are now both in the Southwest Challengers division. So first time for them to see each other, talking about.
Yes, exactly. It'd be very, very exciting. Two juggernauts of their own respective divisions, their own conferences earlier, their own respective conferences last season, now moving on to the Challenger Southwest. We'll see how this one shakes out, It's reasonable to believe that there's a different kind of like overall or average skill level within conferences, but now these two teams together, we'll see who the 6-2 UAH White squad from last semester or the 5-3 New Mexico State University squad from last semester will come forth and shine supreme.
I know you were just trying to make me laugh. You're just trying to throw me off my balance. I see how it is. Let's take a look at these rosters. Let's see who's going to be hitting the pitch to start things off for us today as we start with New Mexico State. A couple of freshmen here. So we got some young guns coming out for the Aggies. And, some engineers, as could be expected from New Mexico State. So I'm going to be looking for some cerebral play coming out of this group. I don't know if that's
We'll go with
accurate.
it. We'll go with the engineers. I'm with it. Mechanical engineering, aerospace/mechanical engineering, electronic computer engineering. So engineering. All kinds of engineering here, some Bull Skunk. We'll see how that one shakes out on the Rocket League pitch. Taking a look. UAH White, that is a Slick Rick, B-More, and Camille. I think we're going to have different teams on the day. Not 100% sure about that. We'll run through these regardless. Industrial Systems Engineering, that's a senior right there from A Slick Rick. The last semester here within the undergraduate program. B-More Computer Science Junior. Camille is going to be a Computer Science sophomore.
And this team looking to see if they can get to the finals once again and perhaps take it all the way here as we get into week 1 of the spring split. I mean, it's a clean slate. It's a time for a reset and time for teams to see if they can improve on what they did before. Again, both teams top 4 finishers. We should have a pretty close match on our hands.
Yes, exactly. The week 1 here for these two squads starts now. New divisions. Let's see who shakes out on top. Now, like you said, looking for some cerebral play from both of these squads. New Mexico State University on the right in the orange. It's the University of Alabama Huntsville left in the blue. Wait, I think I got that one backwards.
No. You're right.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Daily Scrub. Yep.
Yep, sad lad. Yep. NMSU are definitely in orange here. It's Aiden there, taking the ball up out of the corner, trying to look for some early advantage. Does get cleared out. Third man at Daily Scrub is able to get a good touch, but back into the zone goes UAH. B-More pushing it down, working in the corner against 2, bounces it out to Slick Rick. Slick Rick with a good shot on, but a great defensive play. Keep that one out of net and keep us in a 0-0 score line for now. B-More is going to get a touch here, try to go off the backboard with it, but Bad Lad's all over it. Or Sad Lad, excuse me.
Oh, nicely done. You're over to the left side. I think that's Aiden right there, right? AXN, yeah. And Daily Scrub now trying to walk the dog inside. Slick Rick says no go. Not today, not on my street. Sad Lad on bottom. Lynn, right side, bounce right now to just kind of get their team a little bit of time. That's a decent shot, but angle not true.
Yeah, I don't know if Lynn is a player that we either didn't have listed or it could be a rename. Not sure. We'll just go with Lynn as a substitute here for UAH today. We'll see if that has any impact. If they don't have all 3 of their starters, could affect here how the results of week 1. Be keeping an eye on that.
Aiden over the left side. Lynn trying to get something going below them. Daily Scrub comes back, kind of fakes a hit. Now Sad Lad on a little bit of a run of their own. Daily Scrub actually getting chased right there. Looking for a demo is UAH. Now ball taken away, mid-pitch. Little bouncer action, easy hit, but Aiden actually decides not to for some reason. Slick Rick with the double tap. Sad Lad, unfortunately, can't quite get to this one. We have our first score here for the University of Alabama at Huntsville.
And what a great attack. Aiden doing their darndest. I mean, doing a good job just to get any piece of that ball. The original one-timer was very nicely set up, and Aiden's able to read it. Unfortunately, the rebound just falls right in the lap of University of Alabama Huntsville as they take this 1-0 lead. Aggies will get the ball off the kickoff, though, so they're looking to respond. Drive it down in. Sad Lad denied. B. Moore with a good challenge up top.
Moore's huge hit right here to just immediately start this offensive against the Aggies, and now Aiden just the other way. Love to see it. Moore, right side, tries something off the corner right here, tries to get this one back down. That's a nice bouncer. Daily Scrub trying to get up to it. That's a nice tub, and
nice.
then the Aggies, just like that, tying this one back up.
What a gorgeous shot there from Daily Scrub. Set up by Aiden with a bit of a bounce pass. Just able to get past two defenders. Lynn gets a piece of it, but not enough.
No, it's not enough. Hate to see it. Slick Lick, be more. Rest of the UAH squad had a bit of a lead earlier, but just past halftime, that dissolves back into nothing. No score differential here. Slick Rick looking fine across the wall right now. Can't quite get to it. That's a second bounce. Oh, no. B-More is there for the cleanup, though, after, unfortunately, one teammate kind of puts in the other. They're just trying to get out of dodge, trying to get out of this goal right here. Slick Rick, unfortunately, kind of grounds this ball out.
We'll call that calculated. It doesn't make a fortuitous setup there. The touch from Slick Rick flying by is it just pops it straight up for B-More to able to slam one home. Lead going back over to UAH. And now the Chargers out of Alabama coming in with the lead and looking for more, looking for some padding here right in front of the net. Aiden with a very important clear, and it might be enough to tie us up. It will indeed. As the Aggies take advantage of an over-aggressive Chargers.
Yeah, that was just a fantastic hit right here. Daily Scrub filling it up from the Aiden pass. Love to see it. Game we go back to 2-2 as of right now with just under 2 minutes here to go, Bull Skunk. Maybe pull out a little more demo play. You know, like both of these teams have really been affording each other a whole lot of space.
Yeah, getting physical is certainly a good way to shut that down. Just throw the enemy team off their plan. Don't let them execute the way they want. Keep them off balance. We see a little bit of it there. Sad Lad took the brunt of a good collision, and it kept the ball in the orange half momentarily. UEH kind of slow to act on it, but do eventually push into the half. Lynn out of the corner has two players, one far side, one in the center. Slickrick coming off far side, trying to work a play off the backboard, and just kind of spits it down into the middle. Lynn trying to control it. Nice pass to the middle. The shot's going to go up high. Linwin with the rebound. Denied by Aiden. That was a great setup from UAH, but an even better defense out of the Aggies.
Yeah, and I got to say, nice job from Slick Rick realizing that offensive onslaught was over with. It was donezo. Had to get back, play a little bit of defense, otherwise we might see an Aggies score on the backside. They've already done it a couple of times. Aiden down bottom trying to beat feet to get out to this one. Aggies on the defensive. No. Sad Lad, the last player there, and gets it. A huge defensive clear the other way, kind of start now in Aggies offense.
That one had me nervous, Tugboat. That was a dangerous ball. Thank goodness Sad Lad was able to get to it. B-More now with the attack, gets around one off the backboard. And Aiden again with a gorgeous save. This is the third great save we've seen out of Aiden. Fortunately for the Aggies, the follow-up from UH does go a bit wide, and here come the Aggies back on the attack. Aiden with the shot off the backboard with that touch. Looking for the follow-up, just has to push it out to the corner and see if they can take another stab at this. It's Daily Scrub to do so, but loses it in the air.
Seconds to go. Aiden's got plenty of boost right now. Single seconds in this one. Posturing up. Nice first hit. Nice second hit. Now we're going to get triple zeros. This one back out to the middle. Sad Lad almost with a fantastic one as Aiden does succeed in keeping this one alive. Into overtime we go, though.
Nothing like an OT. Game one. You know, we thought just by what with the tail of the tape. Oh no! A fortuitous kickoff is going to give a very quick goal to UAH. I mean, I can't even talk about overtime before it is done. And well, it's going to be UAH white. The Chargers taking game one.
A fantastic read there from Lynn to just kind of realize that this angle isn't true. Teammate gets the call, just kind of backs off a little bit. Very fast one, 6 seconds into overtime. We did technically get it. This goes down to a one-score game. 9 total shots for UAH, 6 here for the Aggies.
We were questioning whether the substitute would hurt the play here of UAH, but it's Lynn coming up with the overtime goal. And, I mean, just a fantastic kickoff. You can't underestimate the value of good kickoff setup.
You really can't. You really can't. It's so interesting how, like, the overtime situation, kind of like the reset right here, just provides UAH that sort of advantage to come in this and very, very quickly take a goal. I think, like, again, like 6 seconds into that one or something like that. No physical play necessary either. You know, we kind of mentioned it within, and this Alabama squad is still able to take this one all the way down very, very quickly again. Very quickly, 6 seconds in overtime.
But, I mean, obviously, a very close game, and as such, I don't think this New Mexico squad's going to just roll over. The Aggies they made some adjustments during that game. We saw them adjust their attack a little bit to not give up the same kind of goals that we saw in the first half of game one, and that kind of adjustments are super important as far as the quicker rotations. So I don't expect them to let their foot off the gas heading into game two. Just one down. A lot of teams. Take a game to warm up.
Exactly. Kind of feel out the other squad. Yeah. It's always the most important parts of the game. There's that couple minutes in between these 5-minute Rocket League games for these teams kind of talk, figure out what it is that they want to do. They want to not do again what they want to not allow their opponents to do. See how this one shakes out in game number 2.
It's an aggressive start for the Aggies for the first 30 seconds, but here comes UAH just barreling back the other way. Lose control. B Moore will be able to get behind this one. Not a whole lot of force behind it, so easily corralled by the defense. University of Alabama. Ooh, loses control. Sad lad puts a very wide shot on. There was nobody in the corner to back that up. Daily Scrub does eventually come through the steal. Aiden, they double commit up high. Leaves Sad lad alone to try to find an awkward ball and just can't get a solid touch on it.
B Moore, nice hit. Actually gets a little bit of help from his friend. Still maintains possession off the left. Aiden, nice fake right there to kind of come back at it. Still maintaining possession. Sad lad. It's a decent hit. Slick Rick realizes he doesn't even have to hit this one. That's probably even more of a safer place to put it. Right corner. The Aggies have tried to get it out for a couple of times. Nice shot right there, and Aiden scores first for the Aggies.
And Lynn, that deflection there almost saved him, but with good touch from Daily Scrub to pass it back to center, sets it up for the early Aggies goal. And it looks like they're coming out with a bit of a chip at their shoulder after that overtime loss in game one.
Minute and 15 right here. It's a fantastic way to start it here for the Aggies. Not too soon, not too long for the first score. An advantage nonetheless. So a close game here. Not sure if we've really seen much more than a one-score difference thus far. That's a little bit too high, but Lynn knows the story. Nice tying factor here after, what, 15 seconds?
Yeah, it's something like that. Sounds about right. And just good positioning. Just waiting on that far post. Recognizes that the entirety of the Aggies defense was hugging near post side. And that shot was just a picturesque rebound, perfectly placed. And it's the sub here for UAH that's leading the scoring. And here's going to get another one. Third goal on the day for Lynn.
Wow, that was a very, very quick one. Third one on the day, second one in the space of about 20 seconds right here as UAH comes rocketing forward back into the lead. Oh, well, a lead of one it is, but still a lead indeed.
When the games are this tight, a lead of one is a big deal.
Really is.
And that, I want to take a moment to highlight just that shot placement from Lynn. That was spectacular.
It's absolutely inspirational here. Slick Rick, big boost in hand, trying to bring this one out. Another attempt to bring this one out. Lynn, the last player back, and fortunately does bring. Now bouncer across the middle. Slick Rick tries to continue on this progress. Sad lad gets up, interrupts that progress right there. Solid hit. Slick Rick stops this one mid-pitch and brings it back on over to the Aggies side. Now it's Aiden over. Aiden left corner. Bounce down as this tries to be picked up there from Lynn. Slick Rick loses possession, puts it right side. Sad lad now. Possession back on over. Lynn with a hit. B-Moore tries to clean this one up. Can't quite turn that pass into a point this time.
It was a good look, but it was Daily Scrub who is just able to get like a piece of a bumper to keep that one out of net, and then puts a quality look on there. Centering past the satellite, denied. Lynn just slammed into him like a bulldozer.
It really did, and especially like through the air as well. If bulldozers could fly, that's what my defensive nightmares would be made out of here, Bull Skunk.
The Aggies might be having some bad dreams about flying bulldozers named Lynn, especially if this lead holds, because that was such a great setup. And it was the challenge to deny it. Aiden here is going to go off the backboard with it. Lynn goes up high, leaves an opening. Slick Rick closes that opening quickly near post side. Be more in the middle with lots of room to work. Daily Scrub challenge, puts it in the corner. Slick Rick trying to get it out of there, does. Working it all the way back down into the orange corner. An awkward back bounce out to middle, and Aggies come away with possession.
I think, like, this has just gone back and forth so much. This ball really has not lived across in mid-pitch at all until, the last, like, 15 seconds or so. So possession, love to see, again, this is the time that I'd literally love to see that time of possession counter. But, again, we'll get the proportional difference, the shots attempted, the game. Slick Rick, really like slower passes. Now that's a pass back to Lynn. Back pass it may have been, but B-More covers it up. Left side, brings it around, rounding down bottom,
wow.
And that's actually going to get the assistance. You said why. I have to agree. That's true. It's not X, it's not Z, but just why. I don't understand why this defensive player would have gone right there.
Actually, I said wow because of that backflip to hit it with the back of the car to finish that one off. But no, I like the Y-axis. That's good too. That's actually better than what I said. I wish I had said that.
Okay. Well, it's just like, perhaps it was just a matter of bad positioning. It definitely happens. Lynn can't get up to this one, and Aggies get granted a second one, a new lease on the life of the second game.
I don't know if it's bad positioning. Yeah, Lynn started to push up just as that ball gets cleared. Perhaps didn't have the boost to go up for it. Yeah, I think it was working for that corner boost as they saw the clear come through and just ends up in a bad spot. Good place ball. Aggies right back into this, and we are under a minute. 45 seconds to be exact as Sadlad trying to find that equalizer, but Slick Rick is just going to steal the ball out from underneath him, working off the wall at a good angle, going through the sky versus two, and draws both defenders over into that corner. Lynn in the middle is going to push it back down. It's getting a little claustrophobic down here. There's a lot of cars in this corner, and it's Daily Scrub who got the touch. But immediately, clear back the other way. Shot on goal goes, and Lynn gets the hat trick. Patty for the sub.
Insane. Yeah, seriously. Sub coming in, looking like a starter, more like it. I think Aiden might have actually gotten a hand onto that one, but trying to play ball, never count an own goal against a player with an honest defensive attempt. 2 scores, 23 seconds. What do if you're the Aggies? Pretty much got to get it all in right now. See what happens once you shake that tree.
When we have these games where it's a lot of clears, it's a lot of dump and chase from both of our squads, it can be very difficult to know when to press the attack and when you need to rotate back. And UAH just generally, they gave up one because of it, but generally have done a really good job of reading that path of play. But here we go. As I'm sitting here talking about it, Sadlad's able to capitalize on a good touch from Aiden. Look at this long. I didn't think that was going to go. That one just kind of rainbows in. Beautiful touch.
Yeah, just like literally like a perfect angle right there. If that was 0-0-1, we'd see another lineup in
it's a shame.
A possible chance for New Mexico State University to have come back, put that to overtime. Not where we live, though. Let's see, taking to the numbers. That is 7 shots attempted here for the Aggies, 6 shots attempted for UAH. So, a winning squad actually coming through here, coming up with more shots. Perhaps the real difference here we should talk about is the 4 saves. Slick Rick got no goals, but I got 3 saves and assisted 2 of the 4 goals that his team made.
And then, of course, Lynn there with over 500 points in the hat trick.
Yep.
Looking good. Maybe we will see Lynn as a starter. I mean, making a strong case for it here today in our first week of the spring split, that's for sure.
Especially, like you just said, coming out in the first week here, spotlight on new squad. Technically, a squad that last season had a better record as well, 6-2. Alabama had the 6-2 record. New Mexico State University with 5-3. So a 1-game difference within the regular season from the last semester here from NECC. Again, not the same divisions though. But hey, this is challengers, and nothing's going to come easily here, Bull Skunk.
Well, New Mexico State have certainly made North Alabama work for it, but the Chargers have risen to the challenge and now are sitting on match point with 2 back-to-back wins. It's been fairly close, 1-goal games both times. First game going to OT if you're just joining us. So it has not been a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. The Aggies are keeping it neck and neck, but UAH have managed to take the edge both times. Last chance here, game 3 for the Aggies to try to extend this out to see if they can push us to that game 5, but they lose control right in front of the net.
Daily scrub. I thought I counted 3 Aggies players up in the offensive stance, but fantastic job. Again, rotating, maintaining that awareness, positional awareness, you know?
It's so key. You can tell when the players kind of just know where their teammates are without even having to look. Like, they get so in sync that they just know exactly the formation that the entire team is running with, not just focused on what's in front of them, not playing with horse blinders on, but playing with a drone camera above, always aware of where exactly everybody is.
Yeah, no horseback here, full-on drone cam. I love it. I love it.
Exactly.
60 seconds
The
into
old adage,
this.
you know?
Oh, yeah, the old adage, right? I think that one came from the Middle Ages, actually.
Yeah.
Even before that, the Crusades, maybe?
Yeah, that sounds good.
You know, they did use balloons in like ancient warfare for like to be able to see everything. Not where we're going with that one. Sorry, random fact of the day. I was in a YouTube hole the other day, or a Wikipedia hole the other day. Read about that one. Minute
Those
20
can be quite the rabbit hole. But I love a good history lesson.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Still 0-0 here. Slick Rick was working the corner. Oh, Sadlad comes through with a statement of a demo.
Yeah. I think we got 1 demo in all of game number 1. Game 2 getting a lot more physical there, like 4 or 5 on the day. Now 2 or 3 leave so far here. Game number 3, getting UAH up 2-0. No scores on boards. Yeah, not for lack of trying. Here comes Lynn, right side. That is not foisted out to the right or left side, and a UAH player does get another handle on it. Slick Rick trying with the takeaway right here. Lose the 50 as Aiden goes sailing right over their head. Lynn, decent positioning. Sadlad knows it. Sends this one out left side. Back to mid-pitch we go until B-More has something to say about it.
Lynn working the wall. Sadlad. B-More still waiting in the middle. I have an opportunity as a shot here. Nod just puts it off the corner. Slick Rick comes in. Lynn's got to race back. Race and Scrub for the ball. Scrub's got Sadlad in the middle, and the pass is solid. The shot is good. The goal on the board here for the Aggies as they strike first in game 3.
Wow, this is like so up close and personal, in your face. Sadlad reads this perfectly, gets one off the hood, and now New Mexico State University gets into the lead yet again. Now, I can't say that without mentioning, though, Bull Skunk, this is the situation the Aggies have been in before. This was UAH that managed to get the last couple-second goal there in game number 1, push it overtime, and then take another one.
It does feel a bit like deja vu. Aggies need to make sure their defensive... This is really important time. Make sure those defensive rotations are on point. And you're not giving any room to work. Fortuitous bounce for the Aggies. Will result in a bit of an own goal. As Sadlad will get credit for it. It's just an awkward bounce off the roof, and it touches the back of Slick Rick's car to go in.
Yeah, just a tiny tap little back. That's the Aggies now up by 2, which, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not a situation they have enjoyed thus far here, Bull Skunk.
No, they have not. And
Never
this
mind,
is going to
up by
increase
3.
to 3 as Sadlad now has the Hattie in, well, just under 3 minutes of play.
Wow.
And the Aggies are on track to send us to that game 4.
Maybe UAH getting comfortable playing offensively, sending players up right there. Now that's count them. 1, 2, 3. Here for the Aggies, all from Sadlad as well. Throw a cap on top of that player because it's a hat trick.
And it goes back to what I was talking about with these big dump and chase play style.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to make those very quick reads. Otherwise, your backfield ends up just wide open. Sadlad's been able to find those openings, well, clearly 3 times here in this third and very important game with UAH on match point.
Yes, we're looking at about 100 seconds left in this game. 3 right here. As of right now, not looking anything like the last one. As the Aggies putting up a solid attempt to... This one back up. Aiden down bottom. Slick Rick there. Daily Scrub. If that had been a little more power, a little more juice, a little more hot dog on the mustard. Oh my goodness.
You could tell they wanted it though. You knew Daily Scrub saw the angle and thought they could get it in there, but yeah, the ball just kind of petered out, just lost all momentum. Daily Scrub coming in here for another look for the double tap. No, just a little too low, but the follow-up is good. A bounce shot off the ground will sneak its way underneath the defense to increase the Aggies' lead to 4.
Wow, okay. Not exactly sure what happened in this game number 3, but you can take a look at the scoreline. It definitely has. Aggies coming through on this one, getting a lot done. 4 scores, just about 4 minutes. UAH, once again, it is, pop the top, pour it all into offense time, because, losing by 4, losing by 5, who really cares at this point?
4 scores and 7 minutes ago?
4 scores 7 minutes ago. UAH was reigning supreme in this Rocket League game.
Thank you for going along with that stupid joke.
No problem, dude. Anytime, quite literally.
40 seconds here, and this is looking like a game 4. Daily Scrub is going to keep it in the blue half. Slick Rick trying to make something happen, but Aiden's all over that ball. Will not let that pass go through. Beware with the demo, getting a little frustrated perhaps. Wants to do anything they can to get this goose egg off. A little morale booster to head into game 4 with, but the Aggies defense stands tall.
Never one to want to see a goose egg, but I'm also incredibly surprised after both teams have been managed to put up multiple scores and both games went to a 1-score difference, that this New Mexico State University squad was able to pitch a shutout. Of course, it's not technically over with yet. Now it is. Excuse me. Aggies pushing this series to a little bit of extra Rocket League.
You love to see it, especially at down 0-2. I was stressing the importance of heart in our first series between Ohio State and TMU. And, I mean, it was NMSU, some alphabet soup there. New Mexico State University showing us a lot of heart here in Game 3. And this was, I mean, by other standards, a blowout. Like, compared to 1 and 2, absolute blowout.
Fair. Entirely fair. 10 total shots attempted for the Aggies. Staring down the barrel of 3 for the University of Alabama at Huntsville squad. This is just a categorical difference. Game 1 and 2 that we saw. UAH, not like squeak out, especially given the second game, 2-score advantage, last score goal, they could have just gave up right there to New Mexico so that it still goes down to a score difference of 1. But at OT in game number 1, it might have been only 6 seconds that they took it, but that was just a 1 kickoff. And now they're probably going to be thanking themselves for getting that one done early, because a game that could have gone the other way now could be looking at a New Mexico State University advantage coming in to a game number 4. Will we get a game number 5? I'm not sure, but a game 4 is guaranteed.
If New Mexico State can keep this momentum going, then we are absolutely in for a game 5. Some good adjustments there to. I feel like they got more aggressive on the ball. I don't feel like New Mexico State, at least by my eye test, was giving up nearly as much space. They were challenging a lot more and living a lot more in the blue half, and then really taking advantage of it. I mean, this is the highest shot total we've seen on the day for New Mexico State. They were able to really pour it on.
Yeah, I feel like UAH kind of got into a situation where they went down by like 2 early, and then we're kind of just like maybe mentally like, oh, chalk it, just go to a game 4. We're already up by 2. We'd have to lose another one in a row just to bring it back to like a neutral type situation. I like, especially with the kind of like the quickness that are constantly getting onto ball right here, especially given that like everybody knows about the Rocket League bag of tricks, right? You're down by 2, down by 3, down by 4, even with minutes to go. Just pull these things out and just try them, because like at the end of the day, why not? Again, loss of 1, loss of 4, same result.
Now, what gets dangerous here is if New Mexico State's able to win Game 4. I feel like it becomes so difficult to come back from that mental, especially if you're willing to halfway through, you go down by 2, and you're starting to tilt a little bit, perhaps. And I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. My point is, if they go into Game 5, New Mexico State are going to have a breath of momentum behind them, and you can start to feel, if you're the team that was up by 2 and you end up in a Game 5, start to feel like, man, we really let this slip away, and that can snowball into a reverse sweep real quick.
Yeah, boom the mental, as they say. It's like Rick, rest of Alabama. Back foot as of right now. Aiden gets this one, tries to center it. Lynn meets them there, sends back to the middle of the pitch. No subs. Yes, no subs here on this game number 4 either.
Right in front of the net. Sadlad's going to continue to just rally up the goals or tally up the goals, rally up the squad. That's goal number 5 on the day, leading the server. Sad lad. Coming up big for the Aggies.
Even tally up the side or tally up the squad. I don't know. Everything right now seems to be working for the Aggies here. That is 2 games in a row they got incredibly close, or incredibly early goals. Excuse me. This last one coming about 28 seconds in. Aiden once again. There's a second. Now that's the second game in a row that the Aggies score not once but twice in the first little bit of this game 4.
And these two were even faster than we saw in game 3. I feel like we're watching this game slip away from the Chargers.
It's entirely fair. It's entirely fair. We'll see how the rest of this one goes. That's a 1 kickoff at least. UAH shown there, rather prominent in that field. Nice demo across the middle. B-More can't quite get to this one to take care of the numerical advantage.
It was a nice little short pass from Aiden to allow him to get out of the defensive zone. Then Aiden now just challenging everybody. Davis Cooper's going to come up and help out. Able to work it out of that side. One thing you be careful of if you're, University of Alabama here is, make sure comms are still going. Sometimes when you start to get mentally boom, people start getting quiet. You're not communicating. Got to keep those comms open. That's the surefire way to keep morale up.
100%. 100%. Always got to stay common right here. Again, to be a fly on the wall, right? I'd love to see it. Just how intense these comms are. Aiden,
dangerous touch.
Bottom, all 3 members get right there, and UAH, yeah, they earned that one. Well, we'll definitely say that. Daily Scrub, like this is kind of a bad hit right here, especially like from Aiden to kind of like center this one up perfectly.
I'm guessing Aiden was wanting to push that in the corner. You kind of saw the right headlight was angled at the ball, but just wasn't quite able to rotate enough, and just drops right in front of Lynn, who has now tied Sad Lad for leading the server in goals. B-More is going to put one of them back to back, and then in the snap of your fingers, suddenly we're back to a tie game.
Yeah, right? There's been like, 35 seconds for back and forth, and New Mexico State takes 2. UAH comes roaring back with 2. Back to a tie ball game here. 3:25 left in the series. It kind of seems like who wins kickoff just goes forth and takes the score like 10, 15 seconds later.
Important to note, too. That's the first, not just 2, but 1 goals that we've seen. First time we've seen UAH score since game 2. So an important pair of goals to bring that mental back and to restore confidence into the squad that, hey, your game plan works. You still got the chops. Just get out there and play your game.
Exactly. Sad Lad, fantastic read through the fire and the flames right there, through the demo to kind of like keep eye on ball and just still get that play because I think trajectory was true. Sad Lad, though. Down to Daly. Daly loses possession, gets this one hit out to the right side. B-More, that's a pretty solid angle, and Slick Rick slots this one home right across the middle.
B-More with a beautiful move to get around Aiden right there. That was the one. That could have been the game-winning move here for the University of Alabama. And it sets up for the go-ahead goal. 3 unanswered here from the Chargers.
Yeah, that's such a good point. 2 Aggies, then 3. 1, 2, 3 here for the Chargers out of Alabama very quickly. Still halftime. Still plenty of Rocket League to be played. Aiden takes the fake there from Daily Scrub. Now brings it off the wall. Sad Lad there. And 2 members of UAH kind of double up on this. Daily Scrub keeping the dreams alive. Lynn, left side. 2 members there to accept it. Sends it back on over to middle. And Slick Rick now with a fantastic defensive clear.
Ooh, great challenge from Lynn. It's another opportunity. Aiden's going to be in the ball as Lynn runs out of boost. And a nice little flick is able to get over Slick Rick. B-More has to come in, working near a post. Into the corner. Lynn bounces it out. Try to chase down their own ball. Sad Lad's ahead of him. Demo up front. And Aiden's going to get the touch here. Has time to kind of plan this out. Sees Sad Lad in the middle. Decides to work it off the wall. Slick Rick goes through and steals it away as the ball didn't have much hot dog on that mustard.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Lynn. Right side, Aiden. And this one down from the walls. I feel like a lot of times these offensive players for the Aggies are just simply coming in too fast at these balls, right? Like there's no opportunity to really pass this one around, and then the ability to do stuff like that right there that Aggies player was doing, trying to get something done with like a lot of boost and a lot of like aerial maneuverability, is just kind of neglected when you spend 2/3 of your boost just flying into these balls constantly. It's like the opposite of ball chasing, right?
Yeah. And wow, there's a good read from Sad Lad.
I'll never say that about the Aggies again. Excuse me.
They heard you, and they responded immediately. Aiden just forced B-More into a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Yeah. And also, B-More could have taken that, like, higher, right? Like, it's always dangerous to bring this one around the front of your goal, but if you have to, at least make these players earn it from the top rope.
Tied up. 1 minute remaining. University of Alabama match point. Demo in front of the net. Sad Lad gets the touch out. B-Moore's hit goes high. Lynn had to rotate back. Wasn't there for the follow-up. Pass to the middle, and Slick Rick returns. What a centering pass from Lynn to give the game lead over to the University of Alabama.
Was that 2 for the Aggies, 3 for Alabama, another one from the Aggies, and Alabama answers with a roaring goal right here. 52 seconds left. Basically, the classic 60-second drill. Down by 1. What do you do? Backs against the wall, Aggies.
And they lose the kickoff as well. When we were talking earlier about how important the kickoffs have been to these scores, and it was almost another one. That was it. That was the tying opportunity. Or, excuse me, that could have been the go-ahead opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one score can be undone in just a second. 2 scores called the insurance policy for a reason. Dial up Geico.
There had to be some clever way for me to pick that up, and I just couldn't think of one. Lit
totally
up top, over to B-More. Slick Rick out of the corner, and Aggies putting pressure on, but they're not turning into shots on goal. They had the possession but couldn't find a way out of the corner, and now the clock is against them. 3. B-More with the steal should seal the deal as it rolls in front of the net, it's going to be the lead extended at the 0 second, the exclamation point, the cherry on top, all of the toppings here for this 3-1 series victory for University of Alabama Huntsville.
Yeah, and once again, Daily Scrub right there kind of comes into this. It's a technical own goal, but the idea is keeping this ball aloft because, hey, that ball comes down, hits the ground, loss of 1, lost by 2, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter right there. A fantastic, just continuing on to pressure there from UAH. It's looking dangerous for New Mexico State University, and we're looking actually at like a dead even scoreline when you're talking about total scores, right? Like that is 7-12. Yep. And
let's see, 9-12, and
yeah, that's 12-12.
We're doing math and stuff.
12-12.
Yeah, 12 and 12. Yeah.
Yeah, because of New Mexico State like coming forth with a 4-0 shellacking in game number 3. Not 100% sure what happened right there, but it was brutal. Like the score difference there is equal to the score difference of the other 3 games, right? Like
I want to add on to not only that, but they get the first 2 opening goals in game 4. So I mean, we had 6 unanswered.
That's a really good point.
Game 3 and 4, but then it basically goes to 1 and 5 after the 2-0 lead. Aggies are only able to score once more. We get 5 put up by UAH as they come roaring back in that game 4 victory. A well-earned victory here in our first week of spring split, and well on their way to first step in a long journey towards another finals appearance.
Exactly. The beginning of the NECC season as of right now. We started this one out with was that TMU Blue in Ohio State. It was a 3-0. Didn't really seem like it, especially looking at that game number 2 right there, a 2-1 scoreline. And then this one kind of goes down to the wire. If TMU Blue and Ohio State could have gone to game 4, this one could have gone to game 5, or if you can tie after that, even beyond. Obviously, you can't. Could have been a game 5. We could still be watching this matchup. But as it is, I do believe that is going to be it here for me and old Bull Skunk. I got you guys. We got Foof and an Odd Fellow coming in to bring you guys Gray Harbor Chokers Blue and WCU, that's Western Colorado University, up here next. That is a Navigators Pacific Division matchup right there. And fantastic stuff. I want to take the opportunity to shout out our production staff. That's Shiro, that's Zach, that is Michael helping out, Booker out there. Basically, production staff or TOs. If you're coming forth and helping this production get put on, then we really appreciate you. We're just guys screaming about Rocket League in our rooms without you, our production staff, and we really appreciate it. That's going to be about it for me, though. Bullskunk, do you have anything else for the good people before we go to a very short break and get the next match set up?
No, excited to get back into some more Rocket League. I'm glad we've got the spring split underway, and I'm looking forward to these next couple matches we have coming up to close out the evening.
Exactly. Stay tuned, folks. Just a very short break, and we'll be back with Foof and an Odd Fellow in just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NECC. Welcome back to week one. Welcome. Oh man, I think this is going wrong camera. I have the funny mic on. We're gonna change that. Hold on a second. So, hey.
Hi, Foof.
I'm gonna break everything. Production on our end. Hey, it's week one for us too, Odd, right? You know, you're gonna have the blunders on the back end, blunders on the front end. We sat in this call for 15 minutes, and I did not notice it. So,
Congratulations.
hey, it's NECC. It's week one, so let's go.
You think it's me?
Well, okay, all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hit. It's off totally.
I'll totally. Oh, hey. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be doing this cast from my PlayStation 5 microphone because apparently that's what my audio is coming through.
All right, so we have webcam mics, we have normal microphones, and we have PlayStation 5 microphones. But you know what we also had? We had a 3-1 ahead of us happen before the Aggies falling to UAH. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're going to talk about Grays Harbor Chokers going up against WCU State, Western Colorado University. So these two teams bring it in. We had a little bit of a breakdown before talking about these Grays Harbor team, with all of them being freshmen, all of them still trying to decide about what they wanted to do. They're happy to be here, Odd.
Absolutely, and who wouldn't be? I mean, when you have a name like Krustabubin or Krustabun, we were having a discussion on this too. Not sure how to pronounce that properly. Like, all you're doing is just there to have a great time. So, with that being said, the roster that we're looking at today for the Chokers, first off, S-tier name right there. We're going to have Krustabubin, Ripe Dolphin 223, and a Koshi Shadow. I almost screwed that up. I had to look at it again. So some phenomenal names there for a phenomenal team. Foof, why don't you tell us about Western Colorado University?
Well, you know, we have to start with Swish, the junior, then JoJo's Mojo, another top-tier name, another junior, and then Jolly rounding it out as the sophomore. So two old heads and a youngin' trying to bring it for WCU Slate and rocking that Slate gray. Gotta say, that is an underutilized color name. Slate is just awesome. And so
Absolutely.
I have excitement, not only for the team names, but for the player names, and because, Odd, we have microphones correct.
Mm-hmm.
We are getting ready. Actually, first and foremost, I am sitting beside you in the metaverse here, side by side, and we're getting ready to watch Rocket League. NECC Rocket League specifically. So I'm literally on the edge of my seat. So if you hear a loud crash, I've actually fallen over. But it's okay. I can get up.
Oh my goodness. But as we were saying, it is week one. It is time to see what these guys are made of. They've had a winter break, maybe a winter semester if they're on that kind of school grind, to get ready for this new season. Some of the rosters may have shifted around. Some of the rosters may have been the same. But for this one, should be a very, very interesting Navigator-specific Frontier matchup. Oh, we're in it.
ACB in the blue and Western Colorado University in the yellow. So both teams starting early, and Akoshi already seeing that near post wide open 1-0.
And already, just right off the bat, we're going to have Western Colorado coming out with the early, we're going to have Grays Harbor coming out early with the offensive what Koshi was playing for. We're off to a fantastic start here, Foof.
Well, 1-0 here. That's exactly what you want to start early in the season, early in the year, early in the series. I mean, just seeing a near post wide open, taking full advantage of it. The defense reeling here as they're stuck on that defensive third once again. The ball floating midfield, but a big clear all the way down the pitch as it was a soft touch back and forth. And now we're getting more into that game one feeling out process as a little bit of too overzealous there by Krustabubin. And now another near post play, a pass from Mojo, and that sets up Jolly, who knocks it through.
And that is going to be the tying score there, this time actually from Western Colorado. Great little passing play here from Western Colorado with Jolly just having really nice forward positioning there to be able to take advantage of a little bit of a defensive misposition on the goal line there from GHCB. So tying things up just barely 30 seconds into the game. Don't really have much to say on how everybody's playing so far because it's only been 40 seconds, but we'll see how things go from here.
Well, tied back where we started, Odd, but both teams have found Pater in the first minute. Is JoJo trying to go to the same well again? Swish, the soft touch, but he cannot find it. That pinning a bit too short. Another touch coming through, but again, swings and a miss. Past midfield, trying to find something here off the backward. It's going to bounce down. That is all.
players pushing forward as Cruz Dubin having to control this one and saying, all right, boys, circle the wagons. We're going to try again as he's a bit too overzealous off the ceiling. And so a change of possession means a change of guard as both teams back in midfield.
One thing I am noticing is that it looks like both these teams are still kind of trying to figure out each other's positioning, right? Like, you're not seeing super heavy offense, super heavy defense. And speaking of defense, where was the defense?
Defense got caught out. You see Cruz Dubin, he's been the third man so many times, and rotating off to the side instead of staying in that middle third, going for what probably was a boost or a missed call in rotations, opens the door, and it's 2-1.
2-1 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to play here. It's been a really good showing from both of these teams. Western Colorado has been the one to come away with the points as Grays Harbor is looking to tie things back up here. Offense trying to get going here for the blue team as Spartan tried to put that one on. Spartan, is that Swish who's playing as Spartan?
I do not know. That would make sense to me right now as another touch coming through. Looking for a near post play, and that has been the moniker for both of these teams. Not looking to go across the net, but staying in the exact lanes where they are. Staying in your lane, perhaps. As another 50 in front of the net. Jolly wanting to find his own dish, but he can't find it. The ball floating still on that Dominus. A flick over one, wanting to find something off the sidewall here, and does. But no boost means possibly no problem. More pressure mounting here, as it's such an awkward spot for the Jokers.
I got to figure it out. I think that's going to be Ripe Dolphin, who's showing up on screen as the Spartan, as WCU trying to get some offense going here, but the defense from Grays Harbor is going to be able to stand strong as Jolly was trying to be in there with JoJo to get a double commit goal. Don't normally like seeing those, but sometimes you need to when you've got the defense on the back wheels as Swish. Just not quite able to get a 50 there with a Koshi. Swish trying to approach this one slowly off the side wall, taking it into the right wing corner off the backboard. No one there for the follow-on score. So that's going to be, I still think that's Ripe Dolphin trying to put the offense going here. Koshi brings that one off the left sidebar.
Well, slowing it back down, trying to find something. But again, Mountaineers out in front by one. Don't have to push too hard. They just need to possess the ball and stay in control. Jolly trying to cut here, can't get to it. Clear coming off on the nose of one. He tries to find another. JoJo getting a bit too errant. And no, the ball stays with him. If you love something, let it go, apparently. And right now, it's working on the offensive end. Jolly, slow 50 there. I mean, it's a big clear opportunity, and it is going towards the net, but it's not going to be on. It's a flipping of the field moment here. Odd is now teams having to go from offense to defense. A double commit could be dangerous here, but JoJo there ready and waiting.
That was great patience there from JoJo, seeing both of his teammates double committing and opting to play a little bit slower on the goal line so that he could still be there and be able to make the save. As Akoshi gets it past one, that's going to be off the crossbar. Is this going to be the first goal of the game, or excuse me, second goal of the game for Grays Harbor? Yes, it will, and that's going to be the Spartan, who I still think is Ripe Dolphin, getting the second score of the game there for Grays Harbor.
Well, no matter what, the Spartan in the middle of the field, finding the middle of the net and tying it back up, and so just as we started this series, we find ourselves back at a stalemate with teams finding pay dirt twice, making their moments happen. But all that matters now is finding perhaps a third and golden goal. Spartan wanting to sign off on this one, wanting to double tap, but the finick of Swish just in the way in time.
It's been some great back and forth offense here between both of these teams. A lot of these scores have come from just the crushing offensive pressure as Spartan tries to get another shot on here, but that is going to be turned away by Swish. Grays Harbor trying to get this going again as the clock starts to tick down. They want to take this from being a tie and not keep it into overtime as JoJo's tries to get a touch over the top of one. Cruz Movement is back for that. Jolly tries to float over the top of two. That was a great pinch off the sidebar there by the defense from Grays Harbor. So now it's going to be an offensive reset here for Western Colorado as Cruz Movement tries to push it to the left wing side.
And the left wing side here trying to find a touch. That's two cars going for the same ball. Usually we're not a fan of it, and I will say Odd, you don't have to play defense if you score. But when you double commit going to the corner, that means there's no real shot taker. Spartan having to wait for this one. Seeing the Blue Seas part. Swish wanting one for the road off the ceiling. Has two teammates there. Jolly signs off on it, but he can't push it through. The tires and undercarriage means it's no goal. And Jolly fans in the chat throwing their hands in the air, punching air, possibly a Swish though. Ooh. Trying to bury it, but cannot. And so the Mountaineers kicking themselves as two golden opportunities go by the wayside.
And the Mountaineers kicking themselves, and the Chokers breathing a sigh of relief, as that was 2 potential game-ending goals that end up not going through, as JoJo's Mojo not able to connect on that one, but Swish is now going to send this one back to the Grays Harbor side of the pitch. Koshi collecting this one in the corner. My bad, didn't mean to step on you.
I'm going to step on you, as that is another Goomba stomp there in the corner. Both teams fighting over the ball. As I heard you take the little breath, and so as I held my breath here, the ball floating in the air, Koshi slowing it down. I feel like both teams are at the moment in those racing movies where they're shifting like 87 times in the action scenes, just going back and forth, and that's going to be the double tap. Finding that second touch, not a double tap, but a second touch from Koshi. Hello and goodbye.
And this is a great initial touch from Crucible, and set this up for Akoshi, and Akoshi just going to bury that one over the top of one defender into the upper third of the goal. So Grays Harbor going to take game 1 here in this best of 5 series? Best of 5 series. See, I know how to count. Best of 5 series. Very, very close game. Obviously, going to overtime, but even before we hit that overtime, it was kind of hit or miss as to who was actually going to come away with that, as every time there was a goal scored, another one was answered immediately. So just fantastic showing from both teams there. I think the biggest thing that I noticed is it looked like there were a couple times when Western Colorado had some scoring opportunities, but they were playing a little bit too passive. Like, I was noticing the second and third man way far back at like midfield. Yeah, like way far at like midfield or farther when a shot was right in front of the net for them to try and take it. So if they can kind of get their offensive rotations to be a little tighter, you don't have to play defense that hard. Like, you can take some risks every now and again. There's 3 people on the field. Leave one guy back, have the second guy right where he needs to be. So if they can get those tightened up, I think they'll have a much better chance in game 2.
I think the biggest thing is you look at the shot ratio. That's 11 on the side of Western Colorado. The Mountaineers had more shots to the 7 of the Chokers. I mean, it was just all offense at spurts. It was a lot of shots and they backed off. A lot of shots and they backed off. And again, off the back of Jolly having the 2 goals and then a chance for a third falling through. It's just a bit strange to me. You rarely see a team shoot as much as they did and giving up 5 saves like that and unable to find the back net more.
Well, a lot of those shots, like kind of what we were saying, were ringing off the sidebar. A lot of them went off crossbar. And again, it comes down to like the defensive plays from Grays Harbor were very good. So if that's why I'm saying Western Colorado kind of needs to use a little bit more team play. It almost looked like they were trying to rely too heavily on solo play for a lot of their offense. So if they can get a lot more passing plays together or get some like small passes going up down the field to kind of open things up for a solo play, I think they'll see a lot more successes. Speaking of open things up, Jolly had a chance at an open net there off the demo. Swish to the backboard. Spartan's going to be there, not going to get the touch. Swish is going to float that in. Goal number 1 goes to Western Colorado.
That's a big find, and this time Swish having just enough in the tank. That Phoenix spinning, turning, twirling, perhaps pirouetting to find the touch, and the Black Phoenix making its mark known. 1-0 for the Mountaineers.
Great start there from Western Colorado, coming off a Game 1 win to score the first goal in Game 2. That's exactly what you want to do to get momentum going back in your favor. As Krustabubin tries to center this up for Spartan. Spartan with a floater of his own, but that one's not going to fall in. Akoshi tried to drop it in, but great presence there from Swish on the goal line to not panic and be able to make that beautiful save. Just over 60 seconds gone here in this game. Western Colorado still up by 1, but Grays Harbor knocking on the door.
I will say, there's one Dominus that happens to have a blue paint job on the Orange team, and it keeps throwing me for a loop every time I see it. As Swish gets 50'd off of the ball. Poor fella, get out of here. Swish finds it again. Jolly looking for that clear. The blue Dominus I was talking about. Spartan want to find the backboard. He's actually going to be set up by the defender, perhaps. It's all calculated as Jolly gets it back in midfield. Akoshi Shadow putting a touch on. That's going to be on technically. And now a dangerous spot to be if you are the Mountaineers. They are low on boost, out of position, and possibly out of time if they're not careful. But JoJo with 2 big wins at the point of attack to clear it all the way and give them room to breathe.
And this crushing offensive pressure here from the Mountaineers is exactly what they need to do. They are trying to get this second cushion goal so that they don't run into a similar situation that they ran into last game where Grays Harbor is able to come back and make things interesting. As Krustabubin tried to take that over the top of a defender, but great defensive pressure there from Jolly turns that one away. Now we're going to see Spartan on the sidewall. Not quite enough boost. Tried to get the pinch there at the end, but JoJo was going to clear that one away. Cruz now up towards the back wall himself. Akoshi trying to be there. That's going to be a double commit on offense, and Spartan is going to have to back off. I like that choice there. Like, Grays Harbor needs to get a goal, but they don't want to sacrifice the positioning that hard that Spartan has to overcommit on that. Oh, and what a dunk from Akoshi towards the sidewalls. He's going to get it. Akoshi scores it. That's going to be the tying goal for Grays Harbor.
A lot of times you're going to see players find themselves in this moment where there's nothing but green grass and an open net, and they rush it. Akoshi realizes it. I don't know if it was called or not, but slows down, makes sure it's going in, and ties this game up exactly at the midway point.
Yeah, hi, it's me. I'm the guy that does that frequently. I like an open net is the scariest thing in the world for a player like me. As JoJo, what a touch sending that one towards the Grays Harbor goal there. Akoshi is going to save that one away. Swish opting to play back. 2 minutes left to play here, Foof, and this is just as back and forth as game one was. Akoshi, the dunk master.
The Matumbo finger wag, if it could be in the
Not
game,
in my house.
get up and sent through the defender. That was a challenge and a half, and hats be tipped to the Charter players as that is a 2-1 score.
And this is what Grays Harbor needed to answer with to kind of hold on to that momentum that they had from that game one lead. Man, I am loving how back and forth this is so far. 2 minutes still left to play in this game, but it feels like we've been playing forever at this point.
Almost a heavyweight bout of sorts. We're seeing haymakers being thrown left and right. Right and left is now another touch off the backboard, but that one clear. Kochi Shadow. Spartan seeing an opportunity, but it's quickly shut down. Bruce DeBubin looking far post, but 2 defenders are there. Doja want to find a clear here and going to pop it up high, up and over 1, but the Spartan is there to find the slowdown. Earned by Jolly means a big 50. It's going to rest on the nose of Bruce DeBubin. No, he's a bit too aggressive. Jolly sees a chance here, but the slow play from Akushi just keeps it out of harm's way.
And I like Jolly's choice there to kind of go for that backflip and slow himself down, as that almost ended up ringing in there as Swish trying to keep the offense going here for the Mounties. That is just the Mountaineers, as that just barely is not able to ring in. Akoshi trying to get some control, not able to get it over the top of Jolly, but Cruz moving, trying to take this one out of his own right wing corner. That one's going to be a touch across the net by JoJo. Akoshi trying to collect this one up, does lose the 50 there to Jolly. Jolly trying to get this center, but Cruz moving there on the goal line. 50 seconds left, Foo, and so far the defense for Grays Harbor standing strong.
Standing strong. It's all about bending but not breaking. Another big 50. That Dominus so tall in those points of attacks. Koshi, more touch, trying to find a back there. Just a pinch to kill more time. And again, left and right, right and left, back and forth, as they just keep this ball possibly out of harm's way. Now, Mojo, though, you got to hold on to that a little bit longer. You had such a good opportunity. Maybe they can find something here past midfield, opening a door, but again, Bruce DeBubin more in the way, taking control and slowing it down. Now only 10 ticks left for the Mountaineers to find one for the road.
Koshi trying to drive this one away. Swish with the touch up. JoJo not quite able to get there. I think he got bumped by Swish a little bit. Yeah, and Akoshi is going to just send that one away. And it looked like Western Colorado was going to have a chance right at the end there, but unfortunately was not to be, as Grays Harbor is going to take the second game and take a 2-0 lead here in the series.
2-0, feeling confident, and this time a total of 7 shots again. I think we've seen that number before from Grays Harbor, as the Chokers doing a great job there, allowing only 7. And so they closed down the shots a little bit. They stepped up on the defensive side. Again, 6 saves. They had 5 in the first one, so 6 saves here. And so they're getting, I don't want to say they're getting better. They're still allowing so much pressure from that offensive side. I want to see a little bit more at the midfield point to turn it into offense sooner, so you don't allow that many shots, but it's exactly what you want to see if you're a Joker fan.
Well, the other thing that I think that Western Colorado needs to focus on here going into Game 3 so that they don't get 3-0 swept in Week 1, which you never want to do, is there is one particular problem that I've noticed for them every single game, and that problem's name is Akoshi Shadow. That was the second game in a row that Akoshi had over 650 score. Second game. Like, literally just carrying at that point. I mean, it's not really a carry because if you look, his teammates are obviously right there, but 90% of the offense that they're doing is going through Akoshi one way or the other. So if Western Colorado can figure out a way to kind of cage him in and shut him down, that is going to do so much for them in terms of shutting down the overall offense for Grays Harbor, and might start giving the Mountaineers a chance to get some offense going in their favor as well.
I think the biggest thing that you want to hark to if you are looking at this Mountaineers team is what you talked about, Odd. What you talked about between games 1 and games 2
is their offense. They're a bit too far spread out, and that stems from these transition plays. They're pushing the ball too far up the field too quickly as Krustevubin sees an opportunity, trying to take advantage of it. Yoshi said his name so many times, trying to find that post there, but JoJo's Mojo just enough in time. He's got the Octane in front, needs to find one more touch. It's going to slow it down, keeping it in the mix right now, as both teams having some difficult chances, but the defense standing tall.
Jolly trying to keep the offense going here in favor of Western Colorado, but is going to have to back off on that one. No boost to keep going. Swish with the 50 with Akoshi, leaving it in position for Spartan, as that's going to be a whiff there from, I believe that was JoJo, who wasn't quite able to connect. Akoshi with a chance at an open net. Jolly
what a save!
is going to get there. The length of the Dominus so critical in making some of these defensive plays here, Foof.
Just having enough reach to make it across the net in time. Jelly and company feeling good, but not feeling great. Down no goals in this game, but 2 games in the series. As Krustevubin putting it across the field here. Jolly passed one, but bumping another, and so Yoshi control, big 50 there. Puts it at midfield, and up here is Swish to put it off the sidewall. I don't like that touch, though, as it's to no one but the defense. Jolly with a 50, but another turnaround. This could be Krustevubin's one to go, but he can't find it. The Dominus a bit too errant in the air, and Swish slowing it down. Another pass midfield, but snuffed out by Jolly.
Spartan trying to collect this one in the right wing side, as JoJo fires that towards the back wall. That's might have had a chance, but Krustevubin doing a great job there, getting the defensive touch as Akoshi Shadow now floating this one off. That's actually going to hit the ceiling. Jolly has a chance. Jolly taking advantage of the mistouch there from Akoshi, and that is going to be another opening goal here from Western Colorado.
Well, this was exactly how the Mountaineers had their money in game 1. Riding on the back of Jolly, had 2, could have had a third to put it away, but could not find it. And so, getting the hot hand going for this Mountaineer team is exactly what they want. And so, perhaps a 2-horse race as Jolly wanted it, but the angle not there as the Dominus couldn't get off the ground fast enough.
And that, unfortunately, comes to a little bit of a downside with the Dominus, where sometimes you can hit the ball a little harder than you think you're going to, just because of the length of the hitbox. And again, Jolly was trying to make something happen, but again, too much power on the touch. Now JoJo sending that one towards the Gray Harbor net, and Akoshi gets saved on the goal line by a teammate. That could have been devastating for Grays Harbor.
That ball just dropped like a rock in the lake, and now is another shot from Jolly. You know what? We're going to the right wall. 1, 2, 3 times would be the charm. This time, it's not a self-dish, but a pass from Swish.
And this is the offensive rotations that I have been begging the Mountaineers to get into for the last 2 games. They're finally starting to get these tight rotations, and that's what allowed that constant offensive pressure in the corner to come in, and they were finally able to just whittle down the defense from Grays Harbor until they found a hole in the wall and just slotted the ball through it as Akoshi not able to get there in time. Jolly with the hat trick, and we're not even halfway done with the game yet.
Another big 50. Spartan can't get to it, and that is such an aggressive push from Mojo. You don't expect to see that, and all of a sudden, Jolly, blink and you miss it. 3 goals back into this game and back possibly into the series of the Mountaineers.
Well, not only do you not expect to see it at all, you don't expect to see it out of the Mountaineers because we haven't seen that kind of pressure from them all series. And then just all of a sudden here in game 3, they decided, all right, you know what, fine. We're going to actually start playing some offense here. And my goodness, is it paying off for them here, Foof.
I think it's just a return to form from game 1. Remember, 11 shots in that game.
That's true.
And it wasn't consistent. It was just finding opportunities. And guess who it is on the right wall again? But this time, the defense able to slow it down and make a save. And even Jolly in chat having to exclamate of what a save. When Jolly in control right now and in the lead of the Mountaineers as the Chokers trying to find a mark right now as they have been stuck on this blue third for most of this game.
Just over 90 seconds left to play here. That had a chance for Jolly to get the 4th, and that one from Switch is going to just barely ring off the top corner. I apologize. I'm having trouble reading. It is so exciting watching this game as Jolly now trying to keep this one away from Krustevubin, and he's going to try and look for a pass, but Switch going to beat him to it. So Akoshi having to try and collect this one, has one to contend with. JoJo, again, with these lightning fast challenges. I'm just loving the offensive pressure I'm seeing out of Western Colorado. They just have to make sure that they don't overdo it and allow Grays Harbor a chance to get back here in this game 3.
That's the big thing. You like to cook and you like to bake, but you can't overcook and you can't overbake, or else you end up burnt, and so does your kitchen. And right now,
Looking good. Thriving Bakery 3-0, but they do not want to overstep. They swish up in the air, but not up in time. Bruce Bubin has the touch, has the clear. Now it's about what can you find more here as Chokers down by 3 and only 50 seconds left to find an answer. Yushi over 1, possibly over 2. Swish handing it off to a teammate. JoJo in such a bad spot. A bump could open the door here. He's going for the bump again, but the secondary touch will clear it out.
Bruce Bubin was looking for a pinch off his backboard there, but not quite as much power as he was hoping to see. So Swish able to put that right back in front of the net. JoJo was looking for it. What a touch from Swish to keep it again in the offensive presence here for Western Colorado. Grace Harbor trying to get a shot here, and Spartan is going to score it for the Chokers.
I just want to talk about the slow roll forward we see from Krista Bubin, right? You might not see it. You're going to see it just here trying to catch that Dominus as it lands. He's a bit too aggressive on the push, but it doesn't matter. It's enough pressure. It opens the door. 20 seconds. It's doable.
Not impossible. Improbable, not impossible. As we're going to see Swish getting a demo in the corner there, so that's going to shut things down a little bit for the Chokers as Krista Bubin trying to pass that down to Akoshi. Akoshi not quite able to connect.
There.
9 seconds starting to tick down. Krista Bubin trying to keep the offense going here for Grays Harbor, but the ball is just going to ring around on this midfield pitch. Swish just playing around with it. What a pitch coming out of Jolly there, but that is going to go backboard. Krista Bubin's going to put it on the grass, and Western Colorado not out of the woods yet.
Oh. Slate able to answer the call there, and again on the back of a very stellar offensive performance, but it did slow down at the end of the game. 8 shots coming off that team, allowing only 5, but 4 saves. That's the number I want you to focus your eyes on, chat. This is what we haven't seen from the Mountaineers. Stingy defense. They couldn't find, I want to say, just like a run of defense at times, where if they gave up pressure, it eventually had a quick goal and they weren't making saves. They were just giving up touches off the backboard.
Well, another thing, too, I was saying that one of the biggest things that they needed to focus on was shutting down Akoshi, and my goodness, did they shut him down. He went 2 games over 600 score. Game 3, he scores 222, and it's Jolly that gets the 600 score this game. And so that was exactly the kind of turnaround that Western Colorado needed to have. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to put it in the universe, but you know what I'm thinking, Foof.
Hey, all I'm thinking right now is obviously the coach from West Colorado State brought them together and said, guys, we did really good in game 1. Game 2, not so much. Let's do what we did in game 1. Ready? Break. And Jolly was like, oh, yeah, just score 5 head. My bad. And just started was like, oh, yeah, the right wall. We'll hit it.
Ball,
hit it.
net.
Hit it. Wall plus ball plus Jolly equals a goal. Apparently, if you are WCU Slayton, that is the recipe for a win. Now we have to see if they can bake another as they found their way back into the series. A 2-1 affair in game number 4 here, Odd. And looking to see if the Chokers can possibly close this series out in week 1. We take it to the mythical land of game 5.
What a save coming out of Western Colorado there. That had a chance to be the opening goal for Grays Harbor. Now, one thing I was going to point out is that Western Colorado has scored the first goal of the last 3 games consecutively, I believe. So an opening goal here from Grays Harbor would go a long way in favor of them trying to close this series out and come away with a win as a coach. Back to form. What a play here from the Chokers.
Just a beautiful idea of realizing I'm by myself, so let me give something. And Krista Bubin clearing out the extra defender so it becomes a true one-on-one. Akoshi using the post. 1-0 here for the Chokers.
Oh, speaking of that post, I can almost guarantee you that he saw the ball going towards the post and it was like slow motion. No! And then it dropped in and he went, okay, cool.
No, he called bank the entire way.
Okay,
yeah, calculated.
Fair enough. It's always calculated.
Well, Jolly using a bump on his own end. That could open up the door far post, and it does, but the bounce a bit too high. It's now Swish demoed for their troubles, and it could be an awkward spot to be in if you are the Mountaineers, as they've lost their deep defender. They have now had to push up with only 2 for a small bit. Bruce moving. Waiting to find a touch here. Jolly in control right now, but opting to half flip away. Catch it on his own end here. No, he's cut by a teammate, so an awkward spot with all 3 orange cars into the corner. Cruz moving, given a lot of time and space here. Akoshi in control, wanting to slow this down. Has a lead, has a team, just wanting to rest right now and probably find another golden opportunity.
JoJo's waiting for this one in the corner. Tried to get an angle there, but not quite enough power on the touch. As Spartan, speaking of not enough power, just not able to touch the ball there as he was trying to get the offense going there for the Chokers. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left here. JoJo going up, not quite able to put that one on target. So Grays Harbor now having another chance to get some offense going, but Swish going to be a problem in the corner as JoJo's again with the 50. And these challenges from Western Colorado have just been so good over the last 2 games after seeing almost nothing out of them in game 2. It's been almost a complete 180 from them in terms of physicality here in games 3 and the start of game 4.
All bouncing back and forth. Another double commit here on the side of the Mountaineers as the Chokers feeling good right now. They have a lead. They haven't been this point in 2 games almost, it feels like. As yes, they did win 2 games ago, but it was such a tight one, and so you're just wondering back and forth, can they find an answer, especially losing like the way they did with Jolly getting the hat trick, feeling good. Having a lead right now, out in control, now playing dangerously as Jolly heard his name being called and wanting to be like his name. Unfortunately, still down 1 just at the midway point.
Well, that was a dangerous touch in front of the net by Spartan as well, but he was able to get it out. Speaking of Spartan, wanted to try and get the redirect, but was not quite able to turn around on it. Jolly getting the pinch with Krustabub and trying to put it to a teammate. This one just kind of floating at the midfield for now. Jolly trying to collect this one as Spartan is going to be there, but not quite able to connect with it, so Jolly now with a chance. Losing that 50 with a Koshi. Krustabub been playing this one into the corner. JoJo's up, not able to connect, and so that is going to fly back towards the Grays Harbor side of the pitch. So Grays Harbor kind of had a little bit of offense going there, but nothing to show for it just yet.
Well, they've got 1 goal to show for it right now. That's all they might need in this game as we have 111 seconds left, and still not a lot of offense from both sides. We've seen some decent opportunities, but just kind of disjointed touches is another one going towards the backboard, not the back of the net. Spartan side to side here, opting to try and slow it down and continue to milk this clock and not allow the Mountaineers consistent possession. That's going to be a bump off of the backboard. Mikoshi wanted the Doomsday but couldn't find it, and so Spartan losing control here. Chris moving a 50 to keep it at midfield, and now a whiff means Spartan and company get a free turnaround.
Koshi, nice job keeping some ball control there, but Swish was finally able to steal it away from him as Krustabub is trying to keep the offensive pressure here going for the Chokers, but Western Colorado trying to get their own going. Spartan trying to pass to Akoshi. Akoshi is able to get that 50 and towards the white wall. Not quite a lot of boost to work with there, and is going to lose control of that one to JoJo's Mojo.
Minute left here, odd. Under 60 seconds. Possibly 60 seconds in week 1 for both of these teams. The Mountaineers cannot find one as the Chokers wanting to hold on to this lead. JoJo's Mojo not able to get there. Ball past midfield, but Jolly just enough to keep it away. Now Jolly wanting to play some offense here, but only 16 boost in that Dominus. Not enough to find the touch. There's movement. This is the probably 3rd or 4th time we've seen him just floating midfield, waiting for the ball to fall to him in the right space at the right time. JoJo Mojo, again, overzealous on the push, turns into what should have been a change of possessions, but they passed it right back. Jolly had the idea, saw the vision of a teammate, but couldn't get the pass there.
Yeah, a little bit too much on the touch from Jolly, so Swish was not able to connect on what would have been the tying goal. 15 seconds left to play here. This ball dangerously floating around in front of the Mountaineers side of the pitch, but that's going to be a great clear there from Swish to try and get some offense going for Western Colorado late here. 2 seconds left to the backboard. Jolly, that's got a chance to go. JoJo's Swish back down to JoJo, but no, and that is going to be a heartbreaking end to week 1 for the Western Colorado University Mountaineers.
They can't do this again.
Oh my goodness.
You know who it was in game 1, right?
Perhaps.
It was the Red Finnick.
Oh.
It was Swish. It bounces on the goal line, and this time redemption at the undercarriage of that car again to extend this series.
This is why you don't play the Fennec.
Wide left and soft.
Oh my
Short
goodness.
left and then wide left. So we tried and saw a moment perhaps of redemption in week 1, but we fall just short as the Chokers able to survive and claim a 1-0 start on top of a 3-1 day. Gotta say, a great showing from both squads.
Absolutely, and I was waiting until the match was over to finally say it. I was hoping the Chokers weren't going to live by their name and do
How
that.
dare you.
And they didn't. So I'm very proud of them for not doing that. But phenomenal effort out of Western Colorado, don't get me wrong. Like, they definitely made it a match towards the end there, and barring 2 of just the most unfortunate mistouches in game 1 and then again here in game 4, just barely Swish not able to connect with the touch, and just you hate to see it.
I think I have more respect for Swish than I might have had at the beginning of the, because you have a player that might not find that goal in game 1, and then when they find themselves in that spot in game 4 to force game 5, they might be hesitant to pull the trigger. Wasn't hesitant at all. Full sending it, knowing this is my chance. Keep that mentality, Swish. There is going to be a chance at some point in this season that mentality is going to push you guys into a game 5 or win an entire series. And so I want to see it, but hats off to the team known as the Chokers. I mean, it got dicey in there, but they're able to do it 3-1.
Yeah, phenomenal job being able to hold on to the series lead and take it to a week 1 series win. You always want to start week 1 off with
Definitely
a W.
first.
Now, in favor of Western Colorado here, it's only week 1. So taking a loss here isn't necessarily a bad thing. You've got a ton of time. You know what your mistakes were. Get back in the film room on Monday and just get things worked out. Come back again next Friday, and they'll be right back in this.
Well, getting a chance to step back as both of these teams is they're going to enjoy the vibes, and see what went right, what went wrong. But we're also going to be taking a step back as we have another match to be played. The OC Eagles playing up against the UBCO Blue. So that'll be a Challenger Southwest Division coming at you in a bit. I'm Foof. This is Odd. Be right back.
Hey, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We're back. It's more NECC. It's more me. It's more Odd. And it's the correct microphones this time. We are
Not
here.
talking into my controller this time.
It's not controller mic. It's not webcam mic. It is.
I should do that one day.
Please don't. I would.
That's
I
only on my
actu-
controller.
I actively beg you not to. Make it a redemption for you. I want to redeem that every time I come to your stream. But most importantly, had a 3-1 happen 2 series ago, had another 3-1 happen the series before, and now we are at match 6 of week 1 on the stream A here. And it's the OC Eagles of Oklahoma Christian University going up against UBC Okanagan Blue, as we have the name. They went by the Heat and everything else, but I never got a confirmation on it, so I will be calling UBCO Blue. And I gotta say, I'm very excited. I'm hoping for a 3-2. We've been like trolled. We've been trolled. We've almost had it twice.
Yeah, no, this definitely should be I know. This definitely should be a bit of a closer, well, it should on paper be a close matchup. We were talking about it before the stream started, that UBCO went out in the quarters of playoffs last semester, so they are looking to start this spring semester off right, but we are going to start off with the Oklahoma Christian University Eagles, consisting of Willoff, Butter, and Chili. Whole bunch of computer science dudes in here.
I gotta say, I always love a name like Butter because I want to see some good plays. But I think I expect a lot from this young squad. I want to see a lot of high flying tactics. I want to see some really high pace. When you look across the field, you got Yubaku, you've got the junior, you've got the sophomore, and you got the freshman, Jack Black and Jay, you could say, and then Caden, CRDBL. It could be interesting, and I'm excited to see what this trio brings. Like we said, trying to right some wrongs and start on the correct foot, especially when you're coming on that quarterfinals exit. Got a chip on your shoulder, Odd. Wanting to bring it in and say, all right, we're going to start off with a win and get rolling early.
Well, the thing that's sticking out to me here is I am fully expecting to see a lot of fakes and dribbles coming out.
No fakes, only mistakes.
I'm saying fakes and dribbles coming out of UBCO simply because of the fact that 2 of their 3 players are psychology majors. Therefore, they're going to automatically be in the heads of their opponents at all times. It's literally part of their schooling. Yes, rent-free. It's literally part of their schooling. But we are going to be getting underway here swiftly in Game 1. It's going to be UBCO, University of British Columbia, Okanagan. Thank you. Against the Oklahoma Christian, as we're going to get things started off here early. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, man, OCU not lose their train of thought as they try to find a flick early, and Jay, you could say, can't find his Chili, has to clear Jack Black, though. Back off the backboard, Willoft, into the corner we go. Popping back down, that Fennec does not have a nudge, but Butter with the clear, chasing up the wall, wants another touch. He's got Chili there in the corner. Cut by Caden over 1. He's still got more to go, putting a long shot on, but Chili shutting it down in response.
Willoff trying to drive this one to the left wing corner, was not quite able to get the second touch to pass it center, but Butter trying to collect this one. Caden going to take advantage of a backflip that Butter had on the sidewall there, but Chili able to clear that one off, not quite able to get it all the way out, but Willoff is there with the assist. Willoff now going to the air, looking for the reset, gets it past Jack Black, but Caden just barely has a chance to clear that one away. Chili popping that one center. He's going to try and get another one, but not able to do so. Willoff back to Butter. The offense still going in favor of the Eagles here, but it is going to be quickly shut down here by the Blue as Jay, you could say, starts getting some offense going here for British Columbia.
And can we just give a shout out to production and planning on the back end for having UBCO Blue be in the blue today? So, big thanks on that end. My heart's happy right now. It's Chili trying to be happy, wanting to find that far post, but found a bit too far of a post going to the corner. Caden can't find the clear. This could be the opportunity Will off once, but instead it's going to be trying to find it and will it off of their own end as Butter gets the pass from Chili and clears it out. Passes to clears. We've seen both teams do it, but we're not finding the transitional plays. They're getting to the point past the midline, but they don't have enough in the tank or in the positioning to follow it.
Phenomenal defense showing from both teams, but as you were saying, the rotation from defense back into offense is a little bit lackluster on both sides. There's been some phenomenal clears, there's been some phenomenal offensive pushes, but they need to turn those clears into offensive pushes as Chili had a chance there, but Jay saves it away right off the goal line. Jack Black waiting for it, tries to get the 50 with Willoff. That's going to go out to Caden. Caden sending it towards the left wall. Willoff going to get a demo there on the midfield, so that's going to be a 3v1 on defense defense here for OC as Jay just,
Double
that's
demo.
so many demos coming in here. Jack Black all alone on the goal line, but is able to get the clear away. OC Eagles had a chance, but were not able to capitalize.
If you're going to swing for the king, you better not miss. And Jack Black, again, alive on the back line, and now with a chance for a goal, but turned away by Chile. They have to find a clear and don't. Caden with a chance, but going to be kicking themselves as that was the goal opportunity that UBCO needed. And OCU putting control back on Chile over one. He's got the ball in the air, but not the control that he wanted. Butter waiting to find it here and does. Caden, though, wins a 50, and Jack Black thought he had the racing stripe, but instead he's finding the pass midfield to find the strike to Caden. It's 1-0.
And this is a fantastic play here from UBCO as they're just able to infiltrate the rotations here for the Eagles. Two Eagles players up too far forward, and Caden just able to sneak himself in right onto the goal line in the box and be able to just slam that one home. So fantastic first goal coming out of the blue here as the Eagles now need to capitalize and turn it around with 90 seconds or so left to play here so that they can try to tie it up and take us to overtime in game one.
Oh, what a dunk coming through as Caden has control. Now, a traded possession as Butter just finds a free 50. Again, just a slow push from the defense. Jack over one, has control here, wants to find Chili. Gets the bump on him, but it's still more pressure from OCU. Jay could say, putting it past midfield, but not further than that as Butter has control. Jack Black trading it. So, bit of a tennis match right now as we go forward and back, forward and back, forward and back as both teams swinging for the fences, but just finding these odd spots in the midfield.
Butter, just barely ringing that one off the crossbar and did not have a teammate close enough behind him to be able to capitalize on the shot and receive a pass as Chili puts it off his own backboard. Caden gonna be there, but not able to put that one in either. Jack Black getting it over the top of one. Caden is there towards the back wall, just barely not able to connect, and no one there to be able to capitalize off of his pass either. Chili with the 50. That's gonna be Butter going up for it. Gets a soft touch. Willoff trying to turn around and help him out. Does get a shot on, but Caden is going to turn that one away. So Oklahoma Christian had a chance there, but again, turned away by the defense from British Columbia, and it's just barely not able to be enough as with 30 seconds left. What a flick from Willoff going off the backboard. Not going to get it, but Chili is going to get it. First goal on the board for OC, courtesy of the Australian.
I was harkening all the way back. I thought we'd have another flick coming through. I thought it was going to be coming from Chile instead, but this is the setup for Chile, and it opens the door, and now we're tied one apiece with 20 left.
Yeah, for those of you curious about the statement that I made, yes, Chile is Australian. It's in our notes. It's a fact. You can ask him yourself. Don't at me. As UBCO, with 15 seconds left to play here, have found the game tied, and now they are trying to keep it from going to overtime as the final seconds starting to tick down. Butter sending it towards the UBCO side of the pitch, but just barely not able to get enough, and Chile not able to connect it to keep it from hitting grass. So we are going to enter overtime in game one. Man, Foof, this looks familiar.
Well, the clock's starting to tick up, and it's going to go until we find a golden goal. The opportunity arising for both teams is, Jay, could you say, has Jack Black racing through, but this time left to right. Caden finds a touch, a double commit on the defensive side, keeping the pressure on. Jay, could you say, perhaps couldn't find the ball. Jack Black beat by Willoff. Chili wanting to find another touch, and does, but it goes off the post. Chili holding his hands in the air. He's got another opportunity, and another goal is Chili. Hello, missed the first one, but has scored on the next two.
Oh my goodness, and once again, it's the Australian getting the goals here for Oklahoma Christian, and in overtime, the Eagles are going to come away with the game one win. What a phenomenal showing here from the Eagles in general, but from Chile specifically, just finally being able to push some offense through there, but only 5 shots, yes.
I think the big thing that you need to look at, folks, is 8 shots to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Caden had 100% of the shots on UBCO's side. Blue with a lot of chances, but they couldn't turn them into shots odd. And that is a worrying trend, especially when you have a player like Chile starting to trend up, had the early flick, had the opportunity, had the confidence to go for it, but didn't score. And then what does the team do? They rally around their player. They feed him the ball, gets 2 big goals, and helps them get win number 1.
It's exactly like you were saying. It seemed like a lot of the issue that Yubico were having there was the clears to pass that they were getting. Like they had a ton of great clears, right? Like great job.
It was
phenomenal job getting the ball away. Perfect. Get it to somebody. Do something with it. Don't just send it over that way and say, okay, see you later, and just not do anything with it. That's why they have almost no shots, because they weren't turning their phenomenal defense around into offense. And then because they weren't doing that, OC had plenty of opportunity to just crushing offensive pressure. And when your defense is as good as Yubico, again, it's a bend but don't break, and eventually you're going to bend enough that you break.
I'm gonna punch my microphone, but I'm really wondering what Chili can do, because we saw him start early and he kind of built up further and further. 5 shots is nothing to scoff at, but if he continued the pressure that we saw early on, I think he could have had maybe 6 or 7. As now, Jay, you could say, getting the flip all the way over. Chili with a double tap off his own backward just to dissuade that touch and wins a third. Jack putting it midfield, but Will off there to shut it down.
Caden up in the air, sending this one. Chili was trying to get there and get the bump on him, or at least try and get the ball out of his control. Willoft gonna float through the air here on this one. Tried to get another touch there. Jay getting it over the top of one. Just Butter back on defense, but he is going to be able to collect this one. Gets a nice fake onto Jay. Gets it past a second one as well. Tried to get some offense going, but man, have I been there so many times with the recovery. Butter, oh my goodness. OC trying to come out early and keep the lead going.
I couldn't believe it was almost Butter setting that one up, as Chili had control, putting it up and over one. Jay, you could say it's the last man back, but he's going to get beat. Chili wants to find a second, but that left post is undefeated. Butter putting another pass towards the midfield, but Jack Black is there to clear it. Willoff running home, trying to slow it down. Caden sieving through the traffic, but Chili quick to get up in the air and turn it back around.
You could say dropping it down, trying to clear it away. Butter with the demo. Willow with a chance here. Oh, it rings off the bottom crossbar. Fourth man coming in clutch there for Yubico Blue, as OC is just barely not able to capitalize on points there. That should have been a goal for the Eagles.
And now we stand at a point where OCU has had 2 now being unable to be cashed in, and Caden and company, that is exactly what they might need. I mean, as a team, as you are as OCU, if you give an opponent multiple chances to stay within a game, oh man, you got to be careful.
Absolutely, as we are now approaching 3 minutes left to play here. Willoft with the classy. Gets it under the crossbar. What a shot from Willoft to put the first points of the game on here for Oklahoma Christian.
Hold up, let him cook. He had the flip to set it up last time, but this time tucking it under the crossbar and getting the 1-goal lead for OCU.
Oh my goodness, the Eagles flying into a lead here with just over half the game left to play. They are trying to ride that momentum off their Game 1 win, but Caden looking to get something going, not quite able to get the ground pinch. Jay could say, looked like he got bumped as he was trying to go up for that aerial, so wasn't able to connect with a touch off of that one. Now we're going to see Chili going up. Jack Black getting a touch on one. Chili with the reset. It's the Aussie once again.
Chili going underneath the ball. And he's perfectly upset. He's upside down. He's where he needs to be, and gets the flip reset, has the touch, and Caden trying to see through the smoke and the mirrors, and unable to do just that. It's 2-0.
And once again, I'm going to keep saying it, Oklahoma Christian keeping the momentum going as Willoft gets it over the top of one. Jay could say demoing him for his troubles. Is Chili going to do it again? No! And that was a chance there, but Chili getting a bump.
Willoft is there!
Sending it back in! Oklahoma Christian! Give him some room to breathe!
I mean, that was Butter had an opportunity. I think he is credited with the assist. That is all 3 players having chances and now being part of this offensive push off of the kickoff. And Caden and company just still reeling. It's been punch after punch after punch, and you blink and you miss it. We're just past the midway point, and they are down 3.
I mean, we were talking all during the break about how good the defense from Okanagan was in Game 1, and that's great and all, but when you have this kind of offensive pressure that Oklahoma Christian is putting on, where they literally are just living, not just in their half, but in their box, it doesn't matter how good your defense is, as Caden tries to put one on and gets a demo, but Chili is able to send it away. That might have been the best opportunity for Okanagan to come back in it, and Willoft is just going to send it in from his own side of the pitch. That's going to be a 4-0 lead now in favor of Oklahoma Christian.
Got the old 9-iron out and just chipped over both defenders.
Oh my.
The diving one, and then Jay, you could say, was a just
a bit too short, as it's now 4-0 with 116 seconds left.
Well, Jay could say, but apparently he didn't say enough, as Caden is now trying to get a touch on that one. Just ends up sending it back over to Willoff. Butter with a chance. Willoff causing a problem. Tried to get the drop down. I like the gumption coming out of Willoff. Their Oklahoma Christian just doing whatever they feel like they need to, as Butter off the pass from Chili, and the Eagles putting on a clinic here against Okanagan.
You know, I'm not going to say my palate ever consisted of chili and butter, but it seems to be the way that's working right now as another one between these two, and it's 5-0.
And we are just over 90 seconds left to play here, and this is I don't know what OC did during their break between game one and this one, but my goodness, this game is nowhere near as close as the first game was, as Caden tries to float this one into the left wing corner, has a chance to put it center. Nobody's there, and Willoff sends it away, and it's going to again start to be some offensive pressure in favor of the Eagles.
Big thing is that the Eagles are flying in the offensive end, and it rolls all the way back from game one where they had 8-2 shots. And so this offense continuing to hum, and when there's not been much in the retaliation factor, be it clears, be it touches, that Jack Black is getting bullied, but survives the contact to keep it away. Good defense is one thing, but you need great offense to get back into this game. As Jack Black making another diving effort. Willoff into the corner once again he goes. He's trying to find off the backboard here, has a demo, opens the door, but Caden is there to shut it down.
And as the clock is starting to tick down, I am starting to notice a little bit of overcommitments coming out of Oklahoma Christian. Now, obviously, with the lead they have some chances to be able to do that, but they just have to be careful with how they're making those offensive pushes, because any momentum that they give back to Okanagan at this point could roll right into game 3, and we could see something very dangerous start to happen, as with 20 seconds left to play here, it's looking pretty locked up here for the Oklahoma Christian Eagles here in game 2.
I want to see what UBCO can find here. It can be anything. It can be a defensive stand. It could be perhaps 1 or 2 shots before this one goes away. Just something to hang their hat on. In the last little bit as Caden is left, the last man back, a pass midfield from Chile trying to find Butter, and it bounces down at OCU, saying, we'll see you, as we have a 2-0 lead. Feeling good, feeling hot, and on the back of another offensive explosion, this time 14 shots, giving up a familiar 2.
And I was about to say, now we are seeing consistency out of Okanagan, but it's the wrong kind of consistency where, again, they only have 2 shots on goal. But, I mean, what are you supposed to do when, again, yes, when Oklahoma Christian was literally living inside of their box? There's nothing they can do. Like, we were seeing great clears from them, but when those are getting shut down immediately, like, I just don't know what they're supposed to do other than, wait, this is my first time saying it this season, win the battle at the midfield.
See, I'm going back to my chapters here in my notes, and so here's a couple things you have to do. You have to be aware of where the small pads are, because you're going to get boost starved. You have to be aware of where your teammates are and rotate, and you need to find each other in outlets that aren't just long clears. And so that's where they started to get stalled. You talk about the midfield presence. Yes, they got beat at midfield, but because they just threw the ball midfield when they found their clears. You have to be poignant. You have to know where your team is, and that's exactly what OCU did so well in game 1. Was they were finding each other. They turned these defensive touches into clears, which then in game 2 they turned into offense. They're building, and if you are this UBCO team, you have to find an answer, and you need it now. You're down 2.
Yeah, and it's they're coming into this down 2-0, so they have to come out swinging early here, because they have to get momentum going quickly into their favor. So I almost wouldn't mind seeing some overcommitments out of them, but they're almost not even going to have a chance here, as Chili just carries it right over the top 11 seconds in. My goodness, the Aussie is just dunking on the Canadians right now.
Well, Jack did that's a Herculean effort. Had no boost in the tank, spinning the flip early and still being in the vicinity to try and make a save, but man, oh man, I think Chili is online, and it is ready to be served again and again. But Jay, you could say perhaps with 1 to go, but he couldn't find that touch as Willoff as it passed. Once again, Chili in control, backing off. He gave his teammate time. He's got the boost, flipping it under. I love the idea of the execution. A little bit left to be desired.
Butter tried to get a 50 off the top of 1. Caden with a beautiful cut. What a score there from Caden to tie it up.
I love this read. I like the pass, the setup from Jay, so much cleaner. And then Caden sees an opportunity, takes full advantage of it, and just slap shots that one into the back of the net.
30 seconds gone so far in this game, and only 30 seconds, but we've seen some phenomenal offense already out of both teams. Butter has a chance, it's trying to save that one away as Caden had a chance. Caden trying to turn it around again. Jay, you could say, just kind of right there, and that's two kind of costly double commitments out of Okanagan, in my opinion, as OC has a chance here on offense now as Caden gets it over the top of one.
That's a slippery set, but now what else is there? Jack Black putting it right into the meat of the net, and Chili is there. Just, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Now going back the other way, but use so much boost to flip the field. It's all up to Willoff, and this is a dangerous spot to be in, especially when you're in the air for that long. Jack getting a bump. It opens the door here, but Butter is there. The third man doing exactly what he needs to do. Caden, another shot, pushing it towards. That could be danger if Butter does not end up finding the clear that they do. Chili up and over one. He's going to find a second touch here on the ground. Butter actually being handed the ball here. Staying low. Caden just going to watch the player get demolished and take control.
I like Butter trying to get the musty there, but just wasn't able to connect with the second touch on the flick as Butter trying to get a touch past Jay, you could say, but not able to do so. So UBCO coming on offense here again as Caden once again slots it into the top right corner. It's going to be the second goal of the game for Caden.
And also second time coming off of Jay, you could say. Now here's the important thing. This is shot 2 and goal 2 from Caden. He has now hit the mark that we've seen in every single game. They have to build on it if they want to find more.
I will say one thing that they are doing much better here is they are doing a lot better at the midfield. Like, they're not just completely losing control of the ball and allowing Oklahoma Christian to just live on their side of the pitch. They're actually getting some breakouts. They're getting those passing plays together that they needed to get. As Chili, what a challenge and ball control from Chili there to keep the offense going here for the Eagles.
Yeah, you could say that the Eagles have been forced to roost elsewhere as they have had almost a permanent vacation home in this blue inn for most of this series. But Jack Black and company cleaned up those nests and have been in control of their own destiny in game number 3. Butter wins a touch. Caden is there. He's had the offense. Now he has the defense. Chili catching it. Gonna pop it up high. Jack Black on the goal line here waiting for a second touch. Caden is there, and he has the clear to keep it away. I love the pressure coming out from this defense.
It upsets me how easily you're able to come up with some of these analogies, Foof. Caden trying to get his third goal of the game as I'm over here ripping my co-caster, but that is not going to go through as Oklahoma Christian now once again having a chance at offense, and guess what?
Chili.
It's Chili again, but Caden is going to turn him away, and I saw a demo come in from the backfield, but Chili getting his own demo. Willoff with the pass that's going to find the ceiling. Here comes Butter towards the sidewall, just barely missing that one, and Chili not able to get it past two UBCO defenders there on the goal line. The Eagles trying to get a tying goal here, but not able to do so just yet, as Jay, you could say, gets a nice 50 with Chili, and Caden's able to clear it away.
I'm very intrigued to see if I think we have 3 shots here for UBCO. We'll have to find out. Because if they get more than 2 shots, I think the series just breaks at that point, and we'll have to see what happens afterward. Is another pass midfield. That's dangerous, and Butter wanted it, but realizing it a bit too late, could not find the mark. And so, just kind of a bit of a scrum. This is going to be the third shot. Nope, he pushed it left. We can't have it.
He tried.
We can't have it.
Hey, look, he didn't really have much else he could do there. There was an entire Fennec in his way that he had to get the ball around. Speaking of the Fennec, oh my goodness, speaking of the Fennec, Chili tried to get the flip reset, did get it, but wasn't quite able to get a good enough second touch to be able to score it. Jay, you could say, just going to send that one away, and those are the kind of clears that were getting them in trouble in the first 2 games. We're starting to see it come back now with 60 seconds left to play. They do have a 1-goal lead, but Foof, they have got to get another goal because that 1-goal lead could disappear very quickly as Chili trying to get a redirect there to tie it up.
Big thing is just passing right now has been poignant and disjointed at times for UBCO. At another 50 there, not being able to find the mark, but they're up. They're in control, and they have to stay in front right now as Butter has a soft touch. That's going to be off the backboard. Dangerous spot here. So many cars are underneath of the ball, looking like outfielders waiting for it to fall, but it's a home run ball from Willoft.
Where did he even come from? You just see the ball ringing around the box, and then just all of a sudden, Willoff just comes screaming in from the midfield. Fantastic offensive presence there from Willoff. Great offensive rotations from Oklahoma Christian, and we are tied up, Foof, with 30 seconds left to play. Oklahoma Christian looking to get a sweep here in Game 1. Okanagan trying to keep their Week 1 hopes alive. They don't want to get a loss. They definitely don't want it to be a sweep, as Chile not able to connect on that one. Willoft is going to get denied by Jay, you could say, on his follow-up shot, and Butter is just going to screen over the top of that one. Now, Chile, this is not good going up in the air, but Caden sees it early and slaps it down.
Right now, it's just going to fall down. It's going to go to OT, and this is how we see if Week 1 continues or if it ends in a golden goal territory. Oklahoma Christian University up in the series have had to come back in this one, where you have the University of British Columbia in Okanagan feeling good, have had the most offensive success they've had in almost the entire series. In the earlier parts here is Willoft with an absolute screamer that was turned away. Jay, you could say, out just past his own goalie box, and so now you see orange team wreathed from Oklahoma Christian University just kind of setting in, almost entrenching themselves right at midfield and at the offensive point.
Jay could say trying to get some offense going here for Okanagan, but Chile is going to collect it, gets it over the top of Jack Black. He's in the air, he's dangerous towards the backboard. Oh, I thought he was going to get it. Willoff trying to put it in position for Butter. That's an overcommitment for Oklahoma Christian. Are Okanagan going to be able to punish them? Not yet, and that is going to clear away. That might have been a chance for Okanagan, but they were not able to take advantage of the overcommitment on offense from Oklahoma Christian University.
Now the ball bouncing. Jack Black in control, pushing it a bit too far. It's going to be all up to Caden to catch up to this. He bumps Willoff. Jack Black can't get there, and Jay could say this double commit here. Now OCU perhaps seeing the opening that they might want. All three cars poised at midfield. Butter going for a bump that's going to open the door for Willoff. It's off the backboard, though, and dissuaded by Jack Black. Chile, he's got it past one. He wants to find it off the backboard here. He's got a teammate. He wants to drop it down to Butter. He's got the boost to draw off the touchdown, but it's off the crossbar. The fourth man standing tall when perhaps it's needed most. Backward play once again. Butter coming towards it here, but it's wide right. Demo opening the door. Butter has two now, but no one on the ball perhaps to put the pressure on as they respawn. Caden, it is all up to you, and he stands the test and looks this gun in the face, and it does not matter. The defense will not break. Jack Black running forward, trying to find one more touch, but can't get to it.
Chile sending this one all the way back to the Okanagan side of the pitch, but Caden is going to get it past one. Gets the wall dash towards the ceiling. Jack Black is there. Butter just needed to be there to turn it away. Jay, you could say, gets denied by Chile. Willoft trying to get the clear. Caden putting it back on. Nobody's there. Caden keeps Okanagan alive.
Keeping them alive, hat trick on the board, and it comes from the shot attempt from Jay, you could say, and dare I say, I think that was the one that pushes them over two shots, and that breaks the series. And UBCO will not go bump into the night. They will not rest easy. They had 9 shots in that one, a retaliatory 15 coming from OC. It was a defensive nightmare. If you like defensive Rocket League, but an offensive masterclass, 9 saves. Just something simple. Only 3 savior medals coming off of Caden. Yes, 3 saviors.
3 savior medals and more score for Caden than Oklahoma Christian had as a team combined.
Just a good game.
I mean, what was that out of Caden? Like, that was the best performance from him all night. And it was right when they needed it. Now they have to do it again to take it to a game 5 and continue to keep themselves alive. But they're on a fantastic start here because that is a momentum killer for Oklahoma Christian.
See, like, I always picture the MJ shot of him in the towel during the flu game. I just wonder what that's like for a Rocket League car between screens. Like, I feel like that's what they have to be doing for Caden after this one. They've got to be having the squirt bottle ready for him to get him back in the game. And so I'm hoping that he's getting the shoulder massage from the coach, perhaps, the hype talks, because it is going to be back and forth right now as OCU. They will not get the 3-0, but Butter finding the back of the net 6 seconds in.
And another early score from Oklahoma Christian. We saw them do this again last game. It ended up not resulting in a win, but we are at least seeing some good offense early here out of Oklahoma Christian, which is exactly what they need to do after a heartbreaking overtime loss that they just suffered.
Well, you can't find the sweep, but you can find an early one, and I like Willoff getting the free flip reset. Chili is there as well. You know, they're comfortable. They're lax. They're playing loose. They're feeling confident. Willoff putting another one on, but Caden adding to this already insane save total for this series with another. So that's 10 in the past 2 games alone as the first 30 seconds pass off of this game.
Willoff trying to collect this one through the air, just barely loses control of it. Jack Black sending it down. That's going to be a double commit out of Oklahoma there, as they're just barely not able to get any offense going. So Jack Black, loses control of that one off a phenomenal 50 there. I believe that was Butter that came in. Speaking of Butter, off the crossbar, Chili comes flying in from the midfield and just barely not able to connect on his touch. Caden with the reset towards the backboard, not able to get it. Defense from Oklahoma Christian holding on strong for now.
Again, the post living a bit tall as Caden thought he had the flip reset, but the aim was just a bit too far to the north. It's a bit too high. Ball rolling back around, ringing around this side, much like a pinball machine. Just back and forth, bouncing all around. No one able to find that golden spot. Jack Black wanting to find it off the wave dash, but cannot. Ball resting in the corner. Big 50 from 2 cars. Butter wanting to find the touch. And that's a beautiful shot, but it's a hair too high. Willoff 50'd hard. Caden is there, passing midfield. Jack Black wants to find the turn, but Butter shutting it down and flipping the field.
The amount of crossbars I've seen this game, Foof, I am telling you, Chili! I'm trying to make a point here, Chili. Let me speak before you score the second goal of the game. And that is how Oklahoma Christian are able to keep their lead going now 2-0 in favor of the Eagles.
I mean, my God, Chili, that was disgusting. Finding that angle and finding the soft kiss with your tire to push it through. And now, OCU. It's back to status quo, up by 2. We have seen the 2-goal lead evaporate, but it wasn't UBCO to do it. So now, the table is set. The task has been laid before them. They have 185 seconds left to find an answer, as they are down 3.
Chili is able to clear that one off the backboard, but Jack Black there waiting for it, slots it into the front right post. And as we're talking about it, Okanagan definitely letting the Eagles know that they are still in this game.
Between 3 defenders in the small of the corner there, Willoff could not get it. And so we find ourselves just over the midway point. Chili can't find it. Butter is there, putting it off the backboard. No real third follow. Should be here as Willoff. That's a dangerous push, but no real threat currently. Jay could say, pass to Caden. Caden wanting to go near post, but Willoff is there. 2-1 is our standing, 8 seconds above midway point. Wondering how this one will end.
Jay, you could say with the soft touch, Butter is going to be there. Both UBCO defenders in their net as Caden is now trying to clear this one away. Chili collecting it out of the corner. Trying to send it towards his ceiling, looking for some sort of midfield pass, not able to get the shot, was trying to sneak a similar shot that we just saw Jack Black make, but unfortunately was not able to catch the front post. 2 minutes left to play here. That's going to be a mistouch in Wilhoff. I thought that might have just been a free goal there for Okanagan.
Well, Caden wants my near post. I love the look here. He's going to pass it down to Jack Black. They went for the 1-2-1, but it wouldn't find the mark. Oh, my goodness. Poetry in motion, but this could be special. Chili, though. 50 right at perfect time. Caden in retaliatory. It's now a 1v1. He's got to pull the trigger. Willoff isn't there. It's a perfect setup. Caden tying it up 2-2.
What a shot coming out of Caden. You can tell he's played some ones in his day because that is a ones shot if I've ever seen it. Great placement on the first touch to center it perfectly for himself. Great car positioning to be able to be right there and just slam that into the back of the net. And with just over 100 seconds left to play, we are tied up once again, Foof.
You can almost hear the Twitch chat roaring throughout Utopia Coliseum, calling out Caden's name, feeling more and more confident with almost every touch. Jack Black finding the clear. Butter is there. You know the Eagles can score. You know they have talent. They want to find these mechanical plays, but Caden off the sidewall here has some control but loses it. Jack Black, the soft touch. Back into the corner we go. Chili is there. Going to clear it all the way out. Butter wanting to flip the field here, but
There's that man again. Another save, another big touch, and another one being pulled back by Jack Black.
Well, I mean, Okanagan needed something to get them going after going down 2-0 early, and apparently Caden said, all right, you know what? I got this, guys. Yeah, exactly. Well, and Caden decided, you know what? Hey, if someone needs to step up, it's going to be me. As Caden continuing to put on a clinic here, it is looking more and more like Caden. Oh, my goodness. And UBCO getting the lead back with 45 seconds left to play here in Game 4.
And Caden now setting it up, returning the favor to Jack Black in midfield in transition. This was the weak spot. This is what UBCO Blue could not find in games 1 and 2. They started to develop in game 3. Game 4 has been almost the coming out party for this offense. Up by 1, have had to come back from down 2-0. And OC, they need an answer because this is looking more and more threatening.
25 seconds left. Willoff going to the backboard, but Jay, you could say, waiting for it there and sends it away. Chili not quite able to connect in time as Jack Black sending that back towards the Eagles pitch. Chili not quite able to get enough of a clear, and I'm not sure quite who that was. I think that was Butter, who just wasn't able to connect with a 50 as Caden. Man, how many times are we going to see his name in this game? 5 seconds left here. UBCO trying to hold on to their lead. Oklahoma Christian trying to tie it up and take it to overtime. Willoff sending it up. Butter is there, but so is Caden to send it away and drops it to the ground. It is Caden.
Say that name many times and it will appear, tying it up. 5 shots, 3 saves. So that is a total of 12 saves in the past 2 games. 13 shots, if my math remembers correctly. But it's off the back of the scoring explosion of Jack Black that UBCO finds their mark. We are now 2-2. And odd, that was game 4. It is now officially the first game 5 that we have seen here on NECC. The shades are on. The shade is not out. The guns aren't out, but the teams are out here ready to play. Moving over to Champions Field to see who starts the season 1-0.
I wish that I could turn my light up bright enough so that my glasses transitions would transition into shades. Yeah, you know, because then I'd feel a lot cooler with you. But man, what a showing from UBCO the last 2 games. Like, they have completely turned this series on its head. And I have no idea who has the advantage going into this game 5. I want to say that it's Okanagan, but we have seen Oklahoma Christian come out early and score early. If they can continue to do that and maybe keep the offense going, this could still just as easily be Oklahoma Christian's series. But, I mean, Okanagan is coming into this with all the momentum in the world.
Uncle Mo is real, and he is pulling for UBCO Blue. Now Chile can't find the shot. That's been their moneymaker, the early goals, and perhaps turning it around. Caden and company wins a 50. He's going to get one of his own. The first blood is denied and turned back the other way.
I mean, Caden is just rapidly making a case for MVP of this game. He is almost single-handedly turned around the trajectory of this series for University of British Columbia Okanagan, and just Oklahoma Christian just has yet to find an answer, not for Okanagan but for Caden.
Well, it's just simply put, Caden has gone further. Dare I say further beyond every game. Remember, 2 shots, 2 goals, game 1. 2 shots, no goals, game 2. And has now continued to pour it on. It has been the catalyst, not only for all of the offense, but for everything that has gone right for this UBCO team. Butter putting it down into the left, but cannot find it. Jack Black slowing this one down, wanting to put it up high, find the touch here. And that's no real pressure until Willoff catches it late. Jay, you could say, also playing slow here. So both teams respecting each other. Not wanting to challenge, not wanting to overstep. This is game 5. This is Champions Field. This is to see who goes 1-0. And so, dancing on a minefield as that's a big dunk from Chile, but not going to find its mark. Another shot, but another denial from Jack Black. This defense on the Blues side swarming around their net like bees.
And the Eagles trying to get offense going in their favor, but like you're saying, the defense from Okanagan just will not be broken. They are bending and they are bending, but my goodness, they will not break. As Jay, you can say, sends that one off the crossbar. Willoff opting to leave that one for Butter. That's going to be a demo. Caden going to send this one back mid. Unfortunately, no one there to be able to collect it. Chili trying to get a flick, but was not quite able to connect with it. Butter getting bumped away by Jay, you could say, but Willoft right there to keep the offense going for Oklahoma as Jack Black gets a phenomenal clear into the corner. Gets it past one. Caden is there, but what a defensive play from Chili to keep 2 goals from going on the board there for Okanagan.
Jack had it red, but he was a bit too quick on it, trying to get a flip reset there. It's passed down to Butter. Smash and just a small drop, just a little bit of flash and go, but they could not get it to fall. Jack Black, soft touch, so it's a bit too high in the air. Chili intercepts and going to push towards that backboard, but could not go. Caden has the clear. The flag bearer getting the wave dashes on the wall, just enjoying the time up there, trying to catch up with it. We're wanting to see how the offense can continue to work around this player in the Phoenix. Jay, you could say, pushing it into the corner. Caden dodges in the demo. Chili off the backboard, wants to find a self-dish, but can't get it past the brick wall known as Caden.
Chili, the offensive king from the first 2 games for the Eagles, has been extremely quiet in games 3 and 4. Looking to bring that back in game 5, but that's going to be a demo from Caden as Jack Black gets it over the top of Willoff, but Butter is going to be there and get the 50 with Jay. Butter off the ceiling, not quite able to connect with a touch. He tried, but Caden is going to be found in the corner with the ball once again. I swear he has that ball stapled to his front grill at this point.
I think he has the south end of magnets perhaps duct taped to his car and just keeps finding the ball, moving to it to Caden in the corner. So it's been aggressive pushes here that we've seen out of UBCO Blue. And I think in the first couple games, it was math working against them. Now they find themselves at a point where they have won a lot of their 50s. They're confident. They're feeling their challenges, and they're looking to win them as the demo opens the door, but it's turned away by a missed shot. Almost perfectly executed. Chili in control. We ask for the flicks. He finds it. Caden can't get there. The 1v1 turns against it, and Chili notching it up.
The Aussie ties it up for the Eagles as we are not done yet here on Champions Field. Oklahoma Christian not going quietly into that good night. 80 seconds left to play here. Okanagan is not going to get this reverse sweep for free as Oklahoma Christian is trying to keep it from being that Butter. Sends it to the ceiling. Chili up for it. Sends it back into the corner. I think he was maybe trying to get a shot on, but just was not able to get it on target. Chili trying to 50 this with Jack Black. Just ends up back in the corner. Butter getting it past 2, but unfortunately nobody from Oklahoma Christian was there to be able to capitalize on the pass. Caden gets the clear away.
Now here's the thing, though, again. We're going to find UBCO starting to find panic clears as they throw it down the field. That means they're using boost, they're losing rotation, and they're losing space. And so I want to see a little bit more possession. Allow Caden to control it. See if you can find Jack Black or perhaps Jay to find some touches. I like the pass, but that third not wanting to overcome because it's a tight game. If you see it in game 1, game 2, yeah, Butter sends it. But with the possibility of a reverse sweep, they're going to rest on those plays a little bit. And I wonder if that could be the opportunity that UBCO Blue needs.
I mean, yeah, they're going to rest on the plays, but as we tick down into the final 15 seconds, they almost shouldn't be resting on those plays because it's like, look, you're either going to win or you're going to lose or you're going to go to overtime. It's all going to happen in these next 15 seconds. Just lick the stamp and send it at this point as Chili is going to opt to do just that onto the side wall. We are at 0.
Golden
it is finding grasp. Overtime on Champions Field in game 5. Who is going to take it? The Eagles of Oklahoma Christian University, or is it going to be University of British Columbia, Okanagan? Foof! What is happening right now?
We got a shot coming on, but Caden is there. Another follow-up touch. It's Butter. Cannot get it to fall. Jack Black slow here. He's going to go under 1, but it's not a lot of boost. Jay, you could say taking it off his nose. Chili, aggressive push here, wins 2 in a row. Daring the 50. Oh, Willoff parking. He's going to look for that far post pass. Is going to bounce down. Willoff crashing here,
Chili!
but no! Caden can't get the touch in Chili. We talked about him disappearing for a couple times, but coming back when he was needed most.
Caden!
And they do it. They stave off the reverse sweep.
Oh, Caden, that is so heartbreaking. Not only do you never want an own goal to happen to you, you do not want it to happen in overtime of a game 5. That is so heartbreaking for Okanagan. They had the reverse sweep in their grasp, and just one missed touch from Caden takes it all away.
I'm trying to look through my book here, and yep. Hate to see that. Yep, going through the notes. Those are things you hate to see. You know,
Falls
own
into
goals,
category.
missed open nets, missed demos that turned into bumps accidentally, stealing your teammate's boost on kickoff. That's on the list right there. But man, odd. That's how we finished the night.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not how I wanted. I mean, I didn't want to finish the night on an own goal, but finishing the night on an overtime in Game 5? Yes, please. Thank you. I will take that.
All right, so you have to put it in a way that perhaps Caden fans would like. You had to sell it to them. All right, guys, it's going to be a 2-0. Caden's going to bring you back. We're going to get to Game 5. It's going to go to OT.
But you get to know nothing else.
And Caden's going to score the last goal.
Let's go.
And they're like, yes, let's do it. And it's like,
Wait
they
a minute.
get there on the edge of their seat and see it coming from Chili's nose. And they're like, no,
not
And-
like this.
Chile able to do enough, but Caden, a Herculean effort. And man, it is only week 1. These teams are going to get better. They're going to get faster. And I got to say, the NECC scriptwriters are going to have to test themselves a little bit next week to top this one.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, based off what I just saw, you are going to have a hard time telling me that this is not the 2 best teams in the Challenger Southwest Conference. Like you're going to have a hard time telling me that otherwise, because right now, that has a chance to be a rivalry for the rest of the season, and I want to see them meet
absolutely.
again in the playoffs. Like, I need to see that matchup again in the playoffs.
I think the big question is what we're going to see the players we didn't shout and rave about. What can we perhaps see from Jay, you could say? What can we see perhaps from these other 4 players? Perhaps Butter steps up, or maybe, I mean, Willoff was insane at times, just making reads, finding passes. But man, Jack Black hit a stride in Game 4 that I thought was going to carry over into Game 5. And I was like, that's it. This is the point where it's going to maybe take off of Caden's shoulders, get that weight going. And so my hope for both of these teams is I want them both to continue to strive for 10-plus shots a game, because we saw it from both offenses, and they both had outstanding defenses. But don't put it on the back of Caden to make 9 saves in a game. That's not sustainable.
Not nice. Not nice, not sustainable. But yeah, no, absolutely. If I'm the coach of both of these teams, it's like, yep, great job with the shooting. We are still doing shooting packs every single day, because next time you are going to score 15 shots a game.
Oh my goodness. Whoever took the boost is apparently gone, according to the VOD review in chat. So I hope you didn't take the boost. But oh my goodness, Odd. Man, thank you for joining me here. Thank you, production on the back end, for putting such an awesome show. Shiro, White, Mike, everybody in NECC. Gotta say, Odd, this is Friday night. This is week 1 of the NECC Rocket League, and this is Friday night. This is week 1 of the NECC itself being wrapped up. What a way to end it.
It's going to be a long semester. It's going to be a long season. That's the word I was looking for. Long season here in the spring for NECC. And what a way to start it off. I mean, what a way to end the start off, I guess. Oh my goodness, I'm still not over that. That was just such a phenomenal series from both teams. You cannot ask for more than that.
Let's do it again next week. That's right.
I need to go to bed, my friend.
Okay. I wasn't saying tonight, but I'm saying next week. But thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm Foof. That is an Odd Fellow. This has been the NECC Week 1, specifically the Rocket League portion. But we have so many games, so many talented players, so many talented just personalities that do exactly what we're doing right now to just continue to strive to bring you content and to help these games be enjoyable. So make sure you drop a follow and stay tuned, because we have so much more coming. Catch you next week.